way. If you find anything out Ms. Bianchini, just let me know. Joseph then turned and made his exit. Joseph made his way back towards his car. He gave Michael a call to check in on the office. Sup? Michael picked up and placed the phone on his shoulder as he walked into the main office from the weapons room. I just spoke with Callie. I think she will cooperate with us when we need her. Joseph spoke, pleased with himself. Well, look at you, Zorro. Michael poked fun at Joseph. At least I am doing something and not in the office playing around. Joseph huffed back at his friend. I am crafting an incredibly special weapon. These things take time. Hey, make yourself useful and get me some food. And not Taco Bell. Michael laughed. Let me guess, Starbucks. Joseph joked back. What time is it? Oh, don't you have to go to Home Depot or something to find work? Michael asked. The two would always pick on each other. Anthony recently got in the groove of doing it with them, but Joe and Mike went at it hard at times. No, but I got a call from Abercrombie and Fitch, and they want their clothes back. Joseph asked as he drove off. Yeah, well, at least I don't have to wear that costume Sama got you. Michael laughed as Joseph remained silent for a moment. I will look awesome. Unlike how you look. Are you ever going to wear a suit to work or just show up looking like a hobo? Joseph laughed. It is easier to fight crime in cargo pants, bro. Michael made his way towards his desk and took a seat. What are you, Batman? Have you heard from Anthony? Joseph asked. Yeah, they found that Poe guy and were heading back. Should be here around 7 tonight. Michael turned his computer on and began working. Is that work I hear? Joseph joked as he heard the judge typing. Yes, I do my report and turn them in on time, unlike someone. Samara is going to snap one day. And I will make sure to film the whole thing. He laughed. I am a very busy man. Why don't you help me out and finish that Goatman report? Joseph asked. What do you think I am doing? Now go get me food. Michael hung up the phone on Joseph. Across town, Samara and Brea browsed a small clothing store. The two women had made the day shopping one. Brea needed clothes and other provisions, so Samara took the company car to help her. Brea was under witness protection and staying at the agency, so Samara also needed to pick up a few groceries for her as well as the guys. While the guys were busy, the women shopped. This was the only time Sam could help Brea out. Most of the time the agents were always asking her things. They were always asking her for information, or to file something, or to find information. So much so she could not get her own work finished. Samara had to do her count work, as well as the black files paperwork on top of play receptionist. Not to mention Samara had to help with some of the work when they were behind. The other agents normally turned in their paperwork on time, but Joseph and Anthony never did. Anthony was still new, so she let him slide, but not Joe. They may have been dating, but that was no excuse. Samara started to pick up the Spanish language so she could fuss at him. When Samara spoke in Spanish, Joseph knew she was serious. She only knew a small amount, but enough to get her point across. Billy would often FaceTime Sam to teach her. The two were close and called and texted daily. Samara hoped to gain a friendship with Brea like she did with Billy, Joseph's sister. The poor woman needed a friend after all she had been, though. Samara had been through a similar situation. A creature had killed her family and almost killed her if it had not been for Michael. As they shopped, Samara told Brea about everyone in the agency. She also told her more about the count and what they did. The two women finished up in the clothing store and walked down the sideway talking. Brea was happy to have someone to talk to. She was grateful that Samara was helping her. She was also grateful Samara was down to earth and not as intimidating as the others. "Thank you for taking me out and for the thing." Brea lifted her bags a bit. "You are welcome. I know it must suck being alone out here and with all this mess going on. I was once in your situation. I just want Conway to pay. I know it will never be normal ever again. I just want this to be done and over with." Brea frowned and kept her face forward. "They need to go after Mammon, the one with the real power. Conway is just a pretty face and a pawn. The battle is not always physical. It is spiritual. We will always have to fight somehow until the day we die." "What do you mean?" Sam shares her story as well as the gospel with Brea. "I was around 20 when my family died. I would have died with them if it were not for Michael. I was alone and he took me in as a friend and showed me the truth about this world. About the evil and the good pushing back. About the war that we are caught up in. The kingdom of light and darkness. God versus Lucifer. We all have a choice, but we must choose which side. Not all of us are judges or warriors, but we can be prepared and pray to help out. To get into the kingdom of light. Jesus died for our sins. Just like Jesus died, we need to die to our old self. We need to repent to God and turn from our past selves and sin. Just like Jesus was buried, we also must be buried in baptism in his name. Just like he was resurrected, we need the Holy Ghost to come live in us and bring us to life. He was the Lamb. All this mess, it started in the garden. God had to slay an animal to cover their sins. After this, the people needed to cast their sins on a spotless animal to the priest to sacrifice for the sins. Jesus came not only to teach, but to be the sacrifice for us. His sacrifice allowed us to go directly to God and ask for forgiveness. Many do not know this, nor even pick up a Bible to read and study what is really going on. They are either too busy or too distracted by everything in the world. That or they do not care. If you want, we can study it together. Samara smiled at Brea. "Thanks, I would like that. Believe me, God helps me when I feel alone or down about everything. He can help you too, Brea. You are in this fight for life now. Might as well be prepared." Samara kept a warm smile on her face as they walked down the street. Brea hoped this would help her with her loss, anger, and broken heart. So far, she trusted Samara, and the truth she spoke made sense. "Hey, let's get ice cream." Samara pointed to the ice cream sign. "My treat." Samara wiggled her eyebrows. Brea chuckled a bit. "I am going to have to pay you back." Brea felt bad for not being able to support herself. All her life she was taught to work, and now she was back in America. She had no job or even a home. All because of Conway. "Oh, girl, don't worry. After all this, we can find you a place to stay and a job, and I can come over for supper." Samara joked as she pushed the door to the ice cream parlor open. "Deal." Joseph arrived back at the agency tossing a brown bag on Michael's desk. Michael jumped a bit and looked up at Joe. "Oh, how kind." He batted his eyes at Joe before peeking inside. "Shut up, how much did you get down?" he asked as he took a seat beside him on the empty desk. Michael fished his fries out and turned his chair to face Joseph. "I just printed it all out. Just need to put it on Samara's desk." He spoke as he shoved a few fries in his mouth. Joseph leaned to the left to see if Sam was in her office. "Where is she?" "Her and Brea went out to get Brea some clothes and things." Michael tossed a few more fries into his mouth. "Good, I need to finish a few more things up before she fusses at me." Joseph hopped up from the desk and made his way upstairs to his office. Good luck with that. Anthony and them should be here in an hour. Michael called up towards Joe. Joseph gave the judge a thumbs up before going into his office. Anthony walked in the office followed by Tim and Alejandro. Michael perked up from behind his computer. He noticed their faces were all sour, and he looked at the invisible camera. This should be interesting, Michael said to himself. All this for a woman, Alejandro. Who knew you had a heart? Timothy spoke up as he walked in, looking around. At least I have one. Knowing you, you probably sold your heart away to the highest bidder. I honestly don't see why you guys need me. You are the government. You just go in and take what you need. This isn't a third world country, Po. We have laws. Anthony spoke up in an aggravated tone as he sat at his desk. Timothy scratched his forehead in aggravation as he tried to talk himself out of whatever this was. He did not like working with the law. You didn't have anyone else you could have asked? I mean, come on. Timothy shook his head. Alejandro flew off the handle like normal. Samara walked in while the guys were talking and sat her bag on Michael's desk. What is going on? Samara asked. Brea ignored them and walked straight to the stairwell and down towards the barracks to pick up her things. She wanted nothing to do with the hollering. I have no clue. They just walked in arguing about something, Michael explained. Samara watched wide-eyed with a smile as the three incredibly attractive Hispanic men yelled at each other in Spanish. Michael just stood there with a blank stare, just blinking and trying to figure out what was going on. You own me, Timothy, or did you forget your oath? Or are you a liar as well, a thief? También eres un mentiroso y ladrón, he yelled. Well, sometimes I promise things I can't keep. He shrugged with a grin. Well, you are about to not keep that smile. I am fixing to knock it off. Alejandro balled his fist. Anthony put his hand on Alejandro's chest to keep him back. Michael stood up and watched in case he had to get involved. Joseph came busting out of his office like a madman. He ran down the small stairs and towards the others. He was so mad he did not even notice Samara had returned. What is all the yelling down here? He himself yelled as he approached. What sense does that make? Timothy egged Alejandro on, and Anthony had to fight to keep Alejandro back now. Alejandro began to yell in Spanish. I should have just shot you back then. Colder whirled a shoulder. Gillipollers. Oh, ustards Dyson Capron, no. Tim spoke in a cocky manner. What in the heck is going on? Joe asked in Spanish as he watched the two men yell at each other. You think you are too good to help us or something? You are just as much of a lowlife Capron as me, Po. Just because you dress up in fancy suits and attend fancy parties does not make you any better. You are a thief. A snatching, swiper no swiping thief, and you are no better than me. A hitman. Solo eres un Mammon. Killing people. Oh, and a deserter as I remember. Timothy yelled back. Alejandro pulled out his gun and aimed it at Timothy. The ex-judge had a hair-trigger temper. Hey. I swear I will put both of you idiots under the jail. Joseph held his hand on his own gun. Tim raised his hands and glared at them both. You kill me, and I can't help you. Tim spat out. You didn't want to help to begin with. Alejandro yelled back. Hey, no one is killing anyone. Alejandro put the gun down. Joseph yells. He isn't listening. Tim added. The thief was quite calm given the circumstance, but then again this was not the first time he had a gun in his face. Nor was it the first time he had to deal with Alejandro. Shut up, Ocean's 13, Joe snapped at Timothy before glaring at the ex-judge. This isn't helping Brea or us if he is dead. If Timothy is as good as he says he is, Then he will help us get Conway Ross's laptop. A laptop, that is all we need you to steal. Joseph explained. Rosses? Are you crazy? Tim glanced at them both. Yes. Alejandro glared and cocked back the hammer of his revolver. I swear Alejandro put the gun down. Joseph drew his weapon and pointed at the ex-judge. The Rosses family own half the country's oil and are wealthy beyond understanding. Tim kept his eyes on Joseph as he tried to weasel out of helping. They also have a fallen angel as a guardian. Alejandro added. Yeah, 'cause that makes it better. Tim shook his head and glanced around. I try to ask you nicely to uphold your end of the oath, but no. Alejandro kept on as he growled. His finger was itching to pull the trigger. I should have killed you in Morocco, he hissed. And I should have left you dead in that cave. Tim spat back. Mexican standoff, brr. Michael whispered to Samara. Poe wants nothing to do with us. Alejandro is pissed and says he should just kill him for going back on his oath. Joe wants to put them both in jail. Samara did her best to translate what they were screaming about. Michael had enough and stepped in the middle of them all. Okay, enough. Remember what you promised Alejandro. You are to help us get Mammon and the Rosses. Michael then faced Joe and nodded for him to lower his gun. Joseph lowered his gun and trusted Michael. Anthony was still waiting for a word from Joe to act if he must, but Joe signaled the rookie to stand down. And you? Be a man and help. Quit acting like a coward. Michael looked Timothy up and down. Or are you as good as they say you are? He asked. I am the best. Good. Then prove it. Michael sized up Timothy, who was around Joseph's height at 5'11", before walking back to his desk. If we are fighting amongst ourselves, the enemy wins. His inner teacher came out. It was something Raiden taught him and Alejandro both. Alejandro put his gun away and flipped off Timothy as he walked towards Michael. The team finally settled down and began to plan to take down the family and Mammon. Samara went back into the office to finish her work as the guys plotted in the office area. They already had an idea, they just needed to know how Timothy was going to get the laptop. They explained to him everything that was going on and the fact he needed to get the info and give it to the sheriff. The sheriff would in turn give it to the FBI, along with all the other case files he had on Rosses and Mammon. So, everyone is breaking the law now? Tim asked. You have to do what you have to do when dealing with these people. Joseph replied. We are not necessarily dealing with humans, well the Rosses are, but Mammon is a powerful fallen angel. If we do not act now, the whole town of Fredericksburg will be under their rule. Then who knows what is next? Mammon is spreading his territory and banks. He is trying to buy up land and own everyone. The land will then be torn up by the Rosses for oil. I understand we need oil for things, but the way these people are going about it is wrong. Michael explained. I need to know the congressman's schedule. When he is home. When he is out. The layout of the home. The works. Tim glanced at Michael and then the others. If he is out on campaign, it will allow me to sneak in undetected, but we have to make sure the laptop and any other evidence is in there. Speak with Samara about getting the house plans and anything else. She is good at getting that kind of info. She is very tech-savvy. Joseph smiled as he talked about his girlfriend. If I do this and help, what do I get in return? Timothy asked. Alejandro grumbled. I don't kill you. He barked as Tim just glared at him. Not this again. Anthony facepalmed. You don't go to jail. Joseph added and Timothy glared at him now. I have to get some sort of payment for risking my life. Timothy grumbled and crossed his arms as he sat back in the chair. Dude, just drop it, Michael added. While the guys spoke in the other room, Brea joined Samara in her office. The two talked while Samara worked away on her computer. Brea had a hard time watching and keeping up with what she was doing. If you need any help that does not include computer stuff, I don't mind. Brea spoke up. Okay, that would be awesome. Can you file these in the filing cabinet over there by alphabetical order? Samara asked as she pointed to a chair and filing cabinet that was against the wall. It had a ton of files stacked on top. I was able to get them on the computer, but haven't had time to file them properly. Samara frowned as he typed away. All these are cases, yup. Half are local and the other half are out of town. So far, we are the only agency in the state, so we get a lot of calls. Hopefully soon they will open more, so it isn't as much work on us. Samara spoke as she typed away. Brea stood up and walked over the massive pile. She opened one drawer up and it was full. Will this all fit? Brea asked, glancing at everything. I hope so. It was a pain asking them to put the filing cabinet in here. We will eventually move it to a file room, but right now, it is stuck in my office. Samara frowns. Brea started to file as Samara worked away on her computer. She explained what her job entitled, and it almost went over Brea's head. As the two women spoke, Timothy knocked before opening the door. Ma'am, I was told you could help me. Timothy smirked as he looked the blonde over. Samara turned and adjusted her glasses a bit. She blushed and turned to face her computer again. What can I help you with? She asked. Timothy winked at Brea before taking a seat beside Samara. Hoss in there said something about you can get me the info I need. He spoke smoothly to her as he watched her work. Samara felt a bit awkward. He was putting on his Latin charm, and if she were not with Joseph, the blonde would probably fall for it. Joseph never spoke that way to her. Joe was easier going when he was not around others. In the office he was stern and could be a butt to her. What information do you need? She asked in a shy tone. I need the floor plans for the congressman's new mansion. I also need to know his schedule. He smiled and kept his eyes on her. He placed a hand on her shoulder. Samara turned beet red and glanced over at him. They say you are the best señorita. Can you help me? Tim asked. Samara chuckled a bit and patted his hand. I can try. Just then Joseph passed by her office and narrowed his eyes. He watched Tim and Sam interact. She chuckled and it made his blood boil. He was getting jealous. He was so upset he had forgotten what he was doing. At that point he did not care. Joseph turned sharply and went up the stairs to his office. He slammed the door, which caused the others to look at each other. As Samara began to look for the info Tim needed, his attention fell on the beautiful Brea. Nice to meet you, madam. I'm Timothy. He held out his hand. Brea. She smiled warmly and shook his hand. So, you are the one in protective custody. And they have you working too. Oh, I volunteered to help Samara out. Brea stuffed another file in the cabinet and picked up another thick one. RIC. You both. You are too beautiful to be working for the feds. Timothy finally noticed the pictures of Samara and Joseph together. So, are you and the boss brother and sister? Timothy asked. Samara took her glasses off and rubbed her eyes a bit. Oh no. We have been seeing each other for over a year now. She smiled. Really? Tim was shocked. I would have never guessed. Agent Man seems a little uptight. Timothy chuckled. Oh, he can be, but at home he is better. Samara explained as she continued to try and find out the info he wanted. And what about you? Any lucky men in your life? Timothy asked Brea. No. I am single and happy to be. Brea wanted to avoid a conversation like that with him. Tim was a looker and a womanizer for sure. She did not need that drama in her life. She had enough already. Samara picked up on what Tim was trying to do. He was trying to sweet-talk them, and it was almost working for her. She shook her head and reminded herself she had a good man. Hey Tim, this might take a while. I will give it to you when I get it all okay. She smiled and put her glasses back on. Tim smiled and slowly stood up from the seat. Of course. I wouldn't want to get in the way or cause a distraction. He grins down at her and then towards Brea before walking out. When he shut the door, Brea laughed, and Samara's face palmed. Oh goodness, he was trying so hard. Brea laughed. It almost worked. Samara busted out laughing. Bad news and bad boy written all over that. Would not touch that with a pole. Brea glanced out the window to watch Tim walk back towards Michael and Anthony. Sad thing is, I would a long time ago. I can't help it. Those Anthony Banderia's eyes, but Timothy is too much. I rather like the whole gunslinger silent type. Did I tell you how I fell for Joe? Samara chuckled. Brea took a seat. She knew it was going to be good. Brea smiled and waited for Samara to continue. One word: Zorro mask. Samara giggled as he turned to face her friend. Really? Brea lifted a brow as she still held on to the files in her hands. Samara explained to Brea how she came to be at the Black Files agency and when she met Joe. She also explained the fairy incident and the Zorro mask. The two girls laughed and gossiped as Samara did her work. Brea went back to filing as they continued to talk. The two were soon interrupted by Joseph opening the door. He was already in a foul mood, but this caused it to get worse. Ms. Cooper, we have a problem. He spoke a little gruff and Samara picked up on it. Brea walked towards the doorway and followed Joseph out. Samara rolled out and sat in the doorway eavesdropping on the conversation. Samara noticed it was only Michael and Timothy in the office. She wondered where the new guy Alejandro and Anthony went. She shrugged it off, and her attention went to Joseph and Brea. Darren Richard, your biological father would like to speak to you. Joseph held the phone. Everyone's eyes were on Brea. Brea was stunned and couldn't speak. I can tell him no if you want. Joseph asked. He knew that it would be a lot for Brea to handle since everything she has been through. What does he want? Brea asked and Joseph gave a slight shrug. He just wanted to speak to you. Brea glanced around at everyone hoping they would make up her mind for her. You should see what he wants if you want. Samara spoke up. Brea nodded and agreed with Samara. Okay. She reached for Joseph's phone. She put it to her ear and spoke. She nodded and then placed her hand on top of the phone. He wants to meet up with me, she whispered. Michael nodded along with Joseph for her to do so. Okay, where? Brea listened before handing the phone back to Joseph. He wants to meet with me tomorrow for lunch. Brea explained. Chapter 14. Okay, Michael, you and Anthony come with me. Tim and Alejandro, you stay here. I want to come and help. Brea. No, you stay here. Better yet, Tim and Alejandro come with me. Sam, stay here. Why? Samara rose a brow. Field jobs are dangerous. Okay, so why can't they stay here with me? She raised a brow. Joseph was acting weird, and Samara was going to get to the bottom of it. All morning his tone and mannerisms were off. Can we not right now? Joseph lowered his voice to talk to her. "Why are you acting so weird, Joe?" she yelled. He looked at everyone and then pulled her to the side. "I just want you to be safe. I feel better with you not in the same room." As his words trailed off as he glanced up at Tim, Samara glanced to where he was looking. Joseph was watching Timothy, who was speaking with Michael. "Seriously? What, you don't trust me?" She was offended and drew back. Her face twisted as she tried not to cry. "I don't trust him. The way you two were laughing and making nice yesterday." Joseph glared at her. "Seriously?" Samara threw her hands in the air. "Peanut butter and jelly much? I can't believe you think I would cheat or leave you for Tim." "Wow." Samara spun around and walked to her office. Joseph tried to explain himself, but she slammed the door in his face. Joseph stood there knocking. "Samara." "Sam, come on, Sammy." The door opened and Samara pushed past him without saying a word. She had her purse in her hands and sped walked to the front of the building. Joseph followed her, trying to talk to her. Michael just blinked as he watched the whole scene. The others were clueless and talked among themselves. Joseph later came back cursing in Spanish to himself. "Dude, you should go after her." Michael was concerned. "I can't. We need to focus on Brea meeting with Mr. Richard." Joseph took a few deep breaths and tried to calm down. "Boss, I didn't mean to flirt with her. If I would have known she was your girl." Tim tried to explain himself but shut up when Joseph gave him a death glare. "We can do this another time." Brea sighed deeply. She didn't want to be a burden to anyone, and Samara was upset. "No. We need to know if Mr. Richard is in on this whole Mammon thing, and as we need to try to find out what he is up to." Joseph spat out. "We go ahead as planned. Michael, me and you will take Brea. Anthony, you stay here with Alejandro and Tim." Joseph barked orders as he proceeded to walk out the room. Darren sat in the middle of the cafe waiting for Brea to arrive. He was shocked to find out he had a daughter. Faye had hid it from him, and Wyatt took it to his grave. If it were not for Diana, his niece, he would be still in the dark. He had mixed feelings about the whole thing. In a way he was grateful since he never had any other children. This was due to the fact she was under the control of meth. He did not want a child to burden him. Now his allegiance was transferred to Mammon. Darren could not have gotten out of his service if he wanted to. He was so used to the high life and rich lifestyle, he could not function in normal society. He liked his vices of money and women. Mammon gave him the same promise as meth: serve him and he would have everything he asked for. The Richards were as much of a soulless bunch as the Rosses. Diana told him about Brea and about the plan Mammon cooked up. Darren was to persuade Brea to his side of the family. They were to fake a coup and try to take out the Rosses and take over their companies. Heck, the idea sounded better if it was real than just a rouse. Darren always hated Wyatt and the Rosses. Only reason he tolerated them was because his sister was married to him, and her daughter and son were half Richard blood. As soon as Wyatt died, Richard wanted to take over, but Mammon wanted Conway. The political brat. He was younger and had more to offer the devil. Darren was highly upset. He had served the devils for so long, and he wanted his big break. He may have had co-ownership of the Richards Drilling Company in Louisiana with his sister, but Darren wanted the Rosses Oil Company as well. He wanted something he himself ran alone. If he played it out right, he possibly could have that. Somehow, he would try. Diana would be difficult to convince to join him, but she was part of his family. Richard blood ran in her veins. The only problem was Diana wanted to run the company. Darren needed to find a way around that and to take ownership. Until then he would play the plan and make them think he was trying to take over, meanwhile he really would be. He only hoped Brea could see it his way. If not, he would dump her like a bag of rocks. He did not even know the woman, and if she wanted no part in him, then so be it. Brea entered the cafe and walked towards the table where Darren sat. Joseph had shown her Darren Richards' file. He was a crook and lowlife just like the rest of them. The gent placed a wire in her purse, and the two would not be far in case she needed help. Brea was doing her best to not let hate to enter her heart, but it was hard. All these people wanted to use her or kill her. Everyone except Alejandro and Samara. Also, the few at the agency helping her, except him. She didn't trust that Spaniard as far as she could throw him. Brea sat down at the fancy table and kept her eyes on the man before her. He had to be in his 60s. His hair was balding at the top and was salt and peppered. His dark suit matched his dark skin. Brea must have taken after her real mother Faye because she looked nothing like her father. The only thing she had the same was full lips, kinky hair, and a mixed skin color. "What do you want?" she blurted out. She was in no mood for nonsense. "Well, nice to meet you. I am your father. My father was killed by Conway." She snapped coldly and Darren shifted in his seat. His smile faded and he tilted his head. This was going to be harder than he thought. "Look, I am sorry. Okay. I did not even know your mother was pregnant. If I would have known, I would have taken you and raised you, so I could turn out like a crazy cold-blooded tyrant. No thank you, Brea. You do not even know me or my family. You only meet the Rosses and what? Rich people are all the same. Manipulative sharks only out for blood and money." "That isn't true." "Oh. Then why do you want to talk to me?" "To meet you." Darren lifted a brow. And what?" He waved a hand around. He did not understand what she was getting at. "There is always an ulterior motive with you people. I have learned that quickly." Brea huffed. Darren sighed and leaned on the table. "I want you to join our family." "No." She did not even think about it. The word came out as harshly as her face looked. "Why?" "We are your family, and we can help you take down Conway and the Rosses business. Diana has info and a plan. We can take over their company and merge it under the Richards name. You can be part of an empire." "My family was killed by Conway. And I want no part of you or your family empire. For all I care, you and the lot can all burn. Nothing but greedy tyrants going to war over money and land while people like my parents and I suffer. I chose the Rebel Alliance." She stood up. "Wait, just think it over. If you change your mind, you are still blood Brea. You are part Richard, part Rosses. I am a Cooper." And with that she turned and walked out. Samara would have been proud of her for her Star Wars reference. Brea was not too into movies and such, but she knew Samara was a fangirl. Maybe her new friend was rubbing off on her. Meanwhile, across town, "Come on, Callie," the tall male begs Callie as he follows her out of the dance studio. The short blonde stops suddenly and whips around to face him. "Do I bug you while you are enjoying your hobbies, Trevor?" She glares up at him as she grips her gym bag. A single frustrated brow rises when he does not answer her. "Cute boyfriend, Callie," another girl says as she walks past the two. "He isn't my boyfriend," she calls out to the female as she walks away. Well, Trevor jokes and shrugs a bit. "No, we just bang every weekend. And you sell my family's drugs." She glares up at him. Highly unlikely boyfriend material. See, a boyfriend would offer to hold the door and grab my bag. "Trevor, you are a sleazy drug dealer, not boyfriend material." Trevor went to take her bag, but she smacked his hand away before turning to walk to her car. "Or, come on Callie, I'm not that bad." Trevor follows after her, lighting the cigarette that was tucked behind his ear. "You are pretty bad." She rolled her eyes as she tossed her bag in the back seat of her car. "Plus, if we were dating, my parents would kill me. Not that I care, but I do deserve better than you. You are just a quick booty call." She closed the door and walked to the driver's side. "True, but harsh. That is why I like you, and why you have to do me this solid. I will make it up to you, I promise." He holds his hands in a prayer-like fashion. Callie opens her car door and holds it. She let out an annoyed sigh before looking up at him. What do you want?" she barked at him. "Okay, hear me out. This high-end businessman who buys from me wants to see this ballet thing, but they are all sold out. I told him if he drops my name and product, your family's product, to a few of his friends, then him and his mistress can see the show on me." Trevor gave her big puppy dog eyes and a puckered lip. "How am I going to get you tickets?" she asked, still annoyed. She knew he never came to see her dance nor ever wanted to. She did not know what she saw in him, maybe because he was a bad boy. The two were not a solid thing. They saw other people, but always seemed to see each other as well. "Tell them your boyfriend and his mother want to come." "I don't know." "You are good at getting what you want, Callie. Plus, this helps the business, not just me." He kept muttering please, please with his hands up. Callie smacked them down with force and got in her car. "Fine, but you're not my boyfriend," she hissed. "Never said I was." He cocked back as he leaned on her car. She pulled him close to kiss him. He tasted like vodka, gum, and cigarettes. Gross combination, but he was a lowlife. When she unlocked her lips from his, she smacked him a little on the face. "That is for not helping with my bag jerk." She smirked and put the car in drive. Trevor rubbed the handprint on the side of his face and smirked. "You owe me," she hissed as she peeled off. Anything to get the family ahead. Her loyalties did not lie with Trevor. Hell, she would sell him out to the feds in a heartbeat, but he was helping businesses along, so she would play. Speaking of agents, the agent that came to her dance studio was quite the looker. She did not sleep around with everyone, nor with just anyone, but she was very manipulative. If it meant getting someone under her thumb or wrapped in her coils, then she would. Most men she could do this to with just a promise of bedding them, while others she could just smile in their direction and they would lay down for her. Callie used many men to her advantage and never did fall for them. Love was for the weak and could be used against her. She knew this because she used it against others. The only people she loved were her family, that was it. Callie would see who this agent Antonello was, and how she could get her greedy paws on him. He could be an asset to the family, someone on the inside of the feds. That could benefit them greatly. Plus, it would piss Trevor off. He knew she wasn't his, but it didn't stop him from getting jealous from time to time. Along with Congressman Conway in her back pocket, she could be unstoppable. Conway was the exact opposite of Trevor. He was high class, much like her. She had only been seeing him on and off again for a couple months now. The man always had a hardened face and a rough demeanor in public, but with her he was gentle and kind. Trevor texted her the details on who he needed the tickets for. She almost wrecked when she read the name. Come to find out, the businessman Trevor was speaking of was the congressman. Trevor wanted Callie to obtain tickets for him and his mistress to attend the ballet she was in. She never told Trevor about Conway, and Conway wanted their affairs silent. This was going to be a very awkward situation. The Nutcracker was the name of the ballet. It was early summer for a Christmas place, but they wanted to put on a Christmas in July theme in town. Callie wanted the part of the Sugar Plum Fairy, but someone else was selected, But not for long. Callie would get what she wanted, and even if she had to pull a Tonya Harding to do it. Of course, she wouldn't do it herself. She got her sleazy ball friend Trevor to do it. He was a big daddy on the streets, but with her he was like Puddy. Of course, he whacked the girl's leg so Callie could be the part she wanted, so she owed him one. After the ballet there would be a high-class dinner, of course. She then would make her way to see this congressman and make herself known personally in public. Her family knew about Conway, but not about the agent talking to her. She kept that quiet. She did not want her family to be upset, so she kept it a secret. Callie remembered the agent wanted her to tell him about the congressman, so she texted the man and told him about the ballet. Hopefully, that would be enough info to let her slide by. Brea walked outside the cafe and looked for Joseph and Michael. Her heart was racing, and her temples throbbed with anger. Michael stepped out the car and held the back door open for her. Brea quickly slid into the car. Michael closed the door and got back into the car. Joseph quickly pulled off and drove back to the station. That was brutal. "Sorry, Brea, for me or for him?" she asked, watching out the window. "Both." Michael was trying to be delicate about the whole thing. He could not imagine what she was going through right now. "I am sorry. I don't mean to." Michael tried to apologize. "No, it is okay. You are just worried about me and I understand. Thank you. I hope I was able to get you both information that could help in this case." She glanced at them both from the back seat. "Yes, we now know Mr. Richards is in whatever is going on." Joseph went to continue, but his phone went off. He quickly looked at the text hoping it was Sammy, but it was Callie. "We might have a break. The congressman's side piece just texted me. She informed me that he will be at her ballet dance tomorrow afternoon and night." Joe stuffed his phone in his pocket. "You thought it was Sam, huh?" Michael could tell Joseph was a bit disappointed. He remained silent. "You need to call her or something." Michael added, "I know. But I don't know what to say." He huffed and ran a hand through his hair. "I'm sorry." Brea spoke up. "Yes. Say I am sorry for being a jerk." Michael continued. "Thanks, now it's 2 against 1. He looked in the mirror at Brea and then over at his best friend. "You are going to have to make it up to her. Flowers won't help this." Brea tried to help out. "I know. I have something to give her, but I didn't want to do it after a fight." Joe confessed as Mike looked at him sideways. Brea leaned in and looked at Michael and Joseph. She wanted to know, but she had a fairly good idea of what it was. Chapter 15. Back in the office, Joseph had the blue velvet box he had in his desk drawer open and sitting out now on top of his desk. Everyone else stood around looking at the ring inside. Michael blinked a couple times while Brea swooned over it. Anthony and Alejandro just crossed their arms, while Timothy did his best not to try and steal it. Then again, it was not as high-end as most of the jewelry he stole, so he was not too worried about it. "I don't know what I am going to do." Joseph had a hint of nervousness in his voice as he stood there with his hands on his hips, staring at the engagement ring. "Sammy is like a sister to me." Michael spoke up. "I will help you." The judge smiled and patted Joe's back. "Whatever it is, I want to go just to see him get hit or dumped." Alejandro spoke up. Anthony fist bumped Alejandro and Joseph glared. "Thanks. So glad you are on my side." Joe hisses. "It has to be something big and romantic." Brea spoke up as her smile was still shining as bright as the ring. "Oh, that is easy." Timothy spoke up. Joseph gave Tim an evil eye. "You got me into this mess." Joseph said in an aggravated tone. I did not, your big mouth and trust issues did. Timothy replied in defense. Excuse me, Mr. Silvertongue. Joe gave him a heated glare. I am trying to be nice and offer my assistance to help you propose, and you call me names. I am offended. Tim tried not to smile. The thief was trying to get under the agent's skin. I am about to offend your face with my fist. Joseph balled his fist, raising it, but Michael forced Joe's fist back down. Let us hear what he has to say. Michael tried to calm Joseph down. If he doesn't help, we can charge him with an additional charge. Interfering with the case. Anthony added as a joke. Timothy glares at the agent and sighed. Brea is right. You need to romance your woman. Let us get to your Latin root, huh? Tim wrapped his arm around Joseph's shoulder and brought him in close as he explained the idea. That night, Michael drove the car down Samara's street and parked outside of her apartment. Joseph sat nervously in the passenger seat, while Timothy and Alejandro sat in the back seat. Joseph's leg bounced nervously as he looked up at the light coming from her bedroom. I don't see why you all have to come. Joseph sighed deeply. I came to watch you get beat or turned down. Alejandro blurted out, and Joseph turned his head to glare at him. Samara is like my sister. I came for support, plus to watch and make sure Timothy doesn't book it after he helps. Michael glanced in the back seat. He eyed Tim. Timothy gave him a cheesy smile as he sat in the back holding a guitar. So, you mariachi's going to get after it or what? I'm so filming this. Alejandro takes his phone out. Joseph growled a bit as he reached for the handle of the car. Michael stopped him and handed him a black mask like Zorro. You got this, buddy. He smiled and tried to give his friend a confidence boost. Joseph put the mask on and turned to face Michael. Alejandro took a picture and Joseph reached to punch him. Michael had to put himself between them. Okay. Alejandro, I'm going to break that phone. The two cursed at each other in Spanish as Timothy sat laughing at the two idiots. Joseph, you got this. Go and get your woman. Michael pumped him up again before glaring at Alejandro. Joe finally exited the car wearing a black mask much like the one he had on last year. Timothy slid out the car behind him and followed him towards the building. Samara's apartment was on the second floor, so he had to grab some pebbles to toss at her window. As Joseph tried to get her attention, Timothy began to strum the guitar. Behind them, Alejandro hung out the window videoing. Michael glanced around to make sure no one was watching before face-palming. The judge shook his head and turned to watch what was going on. Joseph stood looking up at her window nervously. He turned to Timothy, who stood behind him singing softly. Timothy smiled and gave him a wink as he continued to play. He then turned to see Alejandro sticking out the car filming and laughing. Joseph's face drops to a frown, and he points to Alejandro threatening him. Michael grabbed Alejandro and pulled him into the car. Michael then stuck Joe a thumbs up. Suddenly the window to her apartment opens and Samara leans out. Joseph, she called out. Joseph glanced back up at Samara and he gave her an awkward wave. Samara glanced at his mask and then to Timothy behind him singing and playing the guitar. What is going on? She tilted her head and tried not to smile. Joseph glanced behind him nervously and then back up at her. I want to apologize, Sammy. He spoke up so she could hear him. This is some apology. She giggled a bit. Yeah, well, I was a jerk and thought things I shouldn't have. I should have never acted that way towards you. And I promise. He paused as he fumbled to get the box out his pocket. I promise to never do that again and to always communicate. I love you and I want to be with you the rest of my life." He finally pulled out the box and held it open and up for her to see. Samara gasped and covered her mouth. She hopped up and down and let out a squeal. Timothy counted to play as Joseph stood there awkwardly holding up the ring. "So is that a yes?" he asked, not knowing what to do. "Of course I am our. Get up here," she yelled in glee. Joseph thought about climbing up the fire escape to her window, but changed his mind. Joe held up a finger to signal he would be only a moment as ran in the front door. Joseph made his way up the stairs and to her door. Before he could knock, she opened the door and dragged him in by his tie. She hopped in his arms and kissed him all over his face. The two could still hear Timothy outside singing and playing his guitar. Samara dropped down and ran to the window. She flung it open and took off her slipper shoe. Samara threw a shoe at Tim from the window to shut him up. The shoe hit him in the face, and he stumbled back. He glared at the invisible camera. No respect. He spoke to himself before walking back to the car. The thief slid into the front passenger seat and settled in. "That was a very nice thing you did for him." Michael smiled as he stated the car. "And it will go viral." Mary Archie was hit with a shoe. Alejandro laughed from the back seat. Timothy growled and did just as Joseph did. He launched himself into the back seat to hit Alejandro. Alejandro was cursing and laughing in Spanish as he tried to defend himself. "I will hit you with a chancla," Timothy yelled. Michael just sighed deeply. "So, this is what it feels like to have children," the judge said before pulling out onto the road. Meanwhile, back at the agency, Brea was still helping Samara with the filing. She noticed a few agents she never met come in and out, but none of them stayed in the office. The only one who did was Anthony. He was there to watch the place and to protect Brea while the others were out. Anthony knocked on Sama's office door and waited for Brea to turn around. "Oh hey." She smiled as she held on to a large stack of files. "You know you don't have to do that. You are under protective custody. You don't have to work around here." He chuckled. "Oh no, it is fine. I want to help. Plus, it is boring around here. The only thing to do is sleep and watch TV," she confessed. "What did you used to do back home, I mean in Mexico?" Anthony asked, striking up a conversation. Brea turned and continued to file as she spoke to the agent. "Well, during the day I worked at a garden and landscaping store for a nice old lady and her family. Her daughter and I were good friends. I really need to reach out to her to tell her everything." Brea trailed off. "Also, before I left, I was able to get a gig at the cantina singing. It was nice until all this happened." Brea shrugged. "After all this, do you plan on going back to Mexico or plan on staying here?" Anthony asked. "Honestly, I am not sure." She sighed as she placed a file in the cabinet. "I will just have to wait and see what happens before I decide. I do have a feeling I will not be able to have a normal life after all this. Those rich snobs will always have some hold over my life most likely." Brea confesses. "I understand. Once evil touches your life, you can never really get away from it. It is a fight till the end. I am only glad you chose to stay on our side and not with them. You are a very smart and wise lady." Anthony nodded. "If you ever need anything, or someone to talk to, you are welcome to come to me." Anthony gave her a warm smile. He wanted her to feel welcomed and safe there. "Thank you, Agent Shepard." Brea returned his warm smile with her own. "Call me Anthony." He walked into the room and began to help Brea file some paperwork. The two continued to talk and share their experience until the others arrived back at the agency building. Michael walked in with a blank face, trying his best to ignore the two Hispanic behind him. They were still arguing and cursing each out in Spanish. Brea walked out the office to see what all the competition was. What happened? Her eyes searching for an answer. Well, things with Joseph and Samara went great. He proposed and she screamed yes. Michael began to explain as she took a seat in his chair in front of his desk. Brea listened and glanced at the two arguing idiots. However, these two won't stop going at it. Michael rubbed his temples. He was starting to get a headache from the yelling. Anthony walked out of Sam's office and towards Michael. I have a bottle of Excedrin in my desk. I pop them like candy around Joseph. Anthony pointed at his desk. I have no idea what they are fussing about. He confessed not knowing Spanish. Brea did, however. She picked up a stapler and threw it at the men. It whizzed between them and almost hit Alejandro in the face. They both turned to face Brea. You two need to stop this now. She spoke to them in Spanish. The two men blinked at Brea as she screamed and continued to yell at them. We have to work together, and this constant fighting is getting ridiculous now. If you do not want to help, just leave. If not, shut up and act like men and not babies. She finished and turned to go back into Samara's office. Anthony clapped at her yelling, even if he did not know what she was saying. So, who is up for Chinese food? Michael asked the guys. Timothy walked away and Alejandro took a seat in front of Michael's desk. Chapter 16. The next day. In Greek mythology, the sirens were dangerous creatures who lured nearby sailors with their enchanting music and voices to shipwreck on the rocky coast of their island. Roman poets placed them on some small islands called Syrinum Scopuli. The sirens were probably considered the companions of Persephone, daughter of goddess Demeter. The latter had given them wings in order to protect her daughter. However, after Persephone's abduction from Hades, Demeter cursed them. The sirens' song was a beautiful yet sad melody, eternally calling for Persephone's return. The Argonauts encountered the sirens but successfully evaded them. Orpheus, who was on board, started playing his lyre so beautifully that the music completely drowned the sirens' song. Another well-known encounter is that described in the Odyssey. Odysseus, advised by Circe, plugged the crew's ears with wax and ordered them to bind him on the mast of the ship. He also told them that no matter how much he begged, they should not untie him. When they passed near the Sirens' Island, Odysseus started begging his shipmates to let him go, but none heard him. Instead, they tied him even more. After they passed, Odysseus let them know that they were now in safe waters. Not to be confused with mermaids, sirens were thought to have wings and even talons. Merlot was only part siren. She had the voice and powers but not the talons. She was once human, but Mammon gave her the powers of the creature. The blonde made her way into the campaign office. Mammon had put her over Conway's campaign trail, being she had the power of persuasion in her favor. Her beauty, skills, and powers aided her in this. Conway was in the back looking over a few things with another female. The place was buzzing with people as they were getting ready to set out on his campaign to get him re-elected. Merlot walked towards the back office and stood in the doorway. Her supernatural beauty radiated off her, causing everyone to turn and look. Men and women alike were drawn to her beauty, but Conway was especially captivated. Ms. Rand. I was just going over a few things with the congressman. The female smiled at her boss. That is fine, dear. Why don't you go and pick up the videos for the commercial? Merlot smiled warmly at the female. The woman nodded and rushed out. Should you be out there kissing babies and signing autographs? Merlot raised a brow and smirked. Conway looked at her sideway and gave her a rare and genuine smile. During the campaign, yes. He sat on the edge of the desk and kept his focus on her. She walked in and placed her hand on the pile of papers on the desk while keeping eye contact with him. Don't worry about things here. I have them covered, Mr. Rosses. Mammon promised a lifetime in the congressional seat, and I will deliver. I am not worried. I just like to know what is going on in the sidelines. Just know I have everything handled. You need to focus on your smile and speeches. Merlot grins. Don't worry. I just tell the people what they want to hear. He shrugged. Why did you want this anyways? A man like you don't seem like he would want to be in the limelight like this. What can I say? I like the power and privilege. I rather make my own way than to go behind and follow the footsteps of Wyatt Rosses. There was a long pause before Conway stood up and walked behind the desk. He plopped down and looked up at Merlot. What about you? How did you end up here? Mammon sent me. No, I mean with Mammon. Conway clarified his question. What can I say? The siren's sweet voice paused as she was lost in thought for a moment. I think it is best to start at the beginning, yeah. Her British accent was still strong, but not as thick as it once was. Her young face and ancient eyes etched with misery and woe. Time had little effect on Merlot, except for her growth in wisdom and the slight changes in her British accent. The others Merlot lived around helped to change her ways down to her very speech, but a lot of the old ways stuck, such as her mannerisms and dress. Funny how your environment shapes and molds you. London in those days was rough, especially for a girl like myself. Merlot sighed a bit as she continued in her thoughts back on those ancient memories. She continued her story. Let's see, it really all started in the 1800s. London, 1889. The blonde was born in London on March 10, 1889, to a poor family. Her father was a shipyard worker and a drunk, while her mother did her best to care for Merlot and her 4 other siblings, but failed due to her side business of street walking. Her mother was whoring when their father was not around. She did not just do it for money, but for attention. Merlot's father knew about it, hence the drinking and working non-stop. The year was now 1899, and the 10-year-old's rough childhood went darker when her father was killed on the job. It was not like it was today, with the family getting benefits and whatnot from the companies. If the person who died was the main breadwinner, then you were out of luck. Most were thrown out of the rented apartments and homes due to lack of funds. It was a cutthroat world back then, and the majority of the poor lived on the streets. Merlot's 2 older male siblings left to join the local gangs, while Merlot was practically sold to the whorehouse down the street. Her mother told her it was for the best while leaving the child in the hands of the madam of the house. It was not long before her mother and baby sister died of cholera. Being sold to a whorehouse was a blessing and a curse. A blessing Merlot did not die vomiting, crapping her guts, or from hunger on the old dirty street. The poor, they met an end down an alley, either by sickness or the hand of a criminal. The curse was it is a whorehouse. Merlot's innocence would soon be stolen for money, which was too common for the poor young in those days. Making money on your back and by the sweat of your brow. She wasn't privileged like the girls that lived in the upper high-class streets. While she was on her knees scrubbing floors, they were in classes and learning proper ways. Merlot strived her best not to be raunchy like the other girls. She tried to hold herself and have the manners of a lady, ways she learned by watching the high class when shopping down in the marketplaces. When she wasn't working, she watched the ladies, also sneaking into the library and other schoolhouses. Merla taught herself to read and write from watching the teachers and ladies from windows. Merla's luck did change a bit when the madam of the house caught her singing one day during her chores. The voice of a songbird would mean more business and profit from the now 15-year-old. Singing was her escape from the hell she lived, just like the caged bird. Singing her sorrows for the world to see as they mistook pain for beauty. Merla went from the heavy labor and sleeping with the pedos of the town to the small stage of the bar connecting the whorehouse. The new entertainment would soon bring new revenue, as the customers now demanded a show to go along with their drinks and lustful acts. Pretty soon the lass's voice drew in high-paying customers who spent a pretty penny to listen to the dame, as well as spend the night with her. The madam of the house soon moved out of the shabby shack and bar and moved to a proper whorehouse. This would introduce higher-paying customers and more money for the greedy mistress. The madam cared little for the girls who worked under her. Only a handful who made the most money would she groom. Merla, her nightingale, was one of them. This made the other girls jealous, which made living in the house more difficult. Merla did her best to put up with the other jealous females of the house. The eldest companion tried to get Merla kicked out on the streets, but Merla ratted her out to the madam for stealing money. She was not going to die on the street because of some jealous, worn-out whore. The sweet, innocent and meek girl grew cold and manipulative. She knew if she did not look out for herself and stand up, no one would. Soon she put the other women in their places as her attitude changed. They now respected her and dared not to cross Merla again. Merla was soon made second in command by the madam, in charge of the other girls and showing the young, new ones how things went. Many traveling lads fell in love with her beauty and voice. They were all drunk promises of sweeping her off her feet, but Merla did not give in to their drunken tales. She knew better than to believe in a fairy tale. This was real life. It was dirty, cutthroat, and heavy with pain. Any promises of happiness she knew were false due to the life she lived, but even the most broken can have a hint of faith. That faith grew the night of her 21st birthday. Not only was she lucky to be still alive when most women of this age were sickly, diseases-ridden or in the ground, she was healthy. It was not all sunshine and roses. It was 2 miscarriages, run-ins with gangs and law enforcement, and a brush of sickness. Despite all that, Merla was alive and celebrating her birthday, using what little money she saved to walk to the marketplace she used to watch. That marketplace was the very one where she met Jackson. Meeting the conman, 1910. On the dusk of her 23rd birthday, Merla walked along the stone streets of downtown London. Instead of her being on the other side and spying, she walked the center of the market. Her pose and mannerisms like that of the rich ladies she watched as a kid. Today she could be anyone she wanted to be. Not just an expensive singing whore, but who she wished. She stopped to look at the fabrics that one merchant was selling, her fingers running over the fine silks as her blue eyes took in the beauty of it. That color suits you, a male's voice. Her eyes slowly went towards where the merchant was, but he was busy with a customer. She then turned to see the male beside her. His accent was American, deep and husky. She smiled a bit as she let the fabric go. "Thank you, sir." Jackson, Captain Benjamin Jackson. He removed his hat and lowered his head a bit. "Captain of a ship?" she asked curiously. "No, ma'am, I was a former Pinkerton captain, came out here to get away from all that." He placed his hat back on his head. Merla, she told him her name with a warm smile. "Like the wine?" "Wouldn't surprise me. You look as sweet as it," he said with confidence and gentlemanly as possible. She could tell he was not like the riffraff that often visited the brothels. He seemed a bit higher class, sort of like a working man, but would enjoy a good time. Merlot was used to flirting, it was what she did as a living and heard it all before. She let out a small chuckle. "Are you here with anyone?" he asked, looking around. "No, just myself. Just browsing on my birthday." She told the truth, but didn't tell him who or what she exactly does for a living. "Well, happy birthday, may I escort you around? I know a lot of the streets can be rough for a lovely lady as yourself, but I don't want to intrude. I can get lost if I am in any trouble." Smooth talking American, Merlot thought. Normally she would tell them to bugger off, but something about him caught her eyes. Not just his handsome features. He was tall with dark hair, and his sideburns were well groomed. It was accompanied by facial hair and chiseled jaw. He held himself with confidence but not overdone. So far, he was a gentleman and didn't really push himself on her like most of the male gender she had been around. "No, you are not a hindrance, and I would be delighted to have the company." She stepped away from the fabric stand and took his arm that he held out for her. The rest of the day was quite different from what Merlot was used to. It almost felt like a date. He bought her a small cake for her birthday, and the two split it. They spent the whole rest of the night talking about their lives, and he even paid for her a carriage to get home safe. She did not tell him exactly where she lived. She was scared he would leave if he learned she was a prostitute. Jackson asked to see her again, and she agreed to meet him at the same spot the day after next. Merlot went to bed with a smile. It was foolish, being once he found out who she was he would bail, but for the moment she did not care. For the moment she felt like a normal woman with a crush. The next few months the two's relationship became closer and more intimate. Merlot could no longer hold her secret from him, and she finally tells him the truth about herself. Merlot eventually tells him what she really was, and the fact she is not a rich woman. Jackson walks away upset, not believing her. That night he visited the brothel to see if this was the truth, and it was. He noticed Merlot as he stood in the small crowd and made her way to the stage. Merlot began to sing and it stopped him in his tracks. Jackson turned and leaned in the doorway, listening to her voice. You see, he did not stay because he loved her, nor because of his caring for her, but because he really was a con man. At first, he was upset she had swindled him, but now that he heard her voice, the cogs in his brain started to turn. He had a few ideas on how he could swindle and use her. At first, when Jackson thought she was rich, he was going to marry her and kill her to receive the money, but now it was going to be a different con. A longer and more drawn-out con, one that would take time and patience. So far that was all the con artist had. No law enforcement officers were onto him, and this was a large city. Jackson knew the coppers were worried about street crimes more than anything else. He knew this because he had befriended one of them as soon as he arrived. Things were looking good for the scoundrel. Jackson watched her finish her song and make her way towards the back. He soon followed and confronted her with a passionate kiss. Let the con begin. The madam of the house passed away shortly after Jackson had moved in with Merlot. The bank soon came after the house due to a male not owning the property. Red tape the madam was able to cut through and lie about, but the lies died with the madam. If no one claimed the property, all the women would be thrown out onto the streets. Jackson saw dollar signs and convinced Merlot to marry him, so that the two could both own the house and property. Merlot agrees, not just because of her love and pity for the girls, but her love for Jackson. He had her wrapped around his fingers, but the young nightingale began to see some of the conman's true colors show through. The excessive drinking as well as long nights and even weeks he would be gone. Jackson only sees the house as an opportunity to make money, and this to add to the already rocky relationship. The romance soon falters more as his true colors creep up. Merlot caught him a few times with some of her girls. In rage, she kicked him, but Jackson reminded her that he owns half of the establishment. Jackson knew if he left then the house would be repossessed by the bank. So, against her better judgment, she allowed him to come back. Love oversaw his vices, as well as her love for the girls and the house. I promised to weave our lives together like silk and gold. Odd, you are so beautiful. Jackson laid in the bed watching Merlot brush her hair. She turned to face him, a small annoyance in her look. You are drunk, she hisses. I thought it before I was drunk, and I'll think it after I'm dead. He grins at her. Merlot rolled her eyes and quickly turned to hide her smile. He was such an arrogant man with poisoned lips. Any other man she would have left and found a way around the bank, but deep down she loved that man with all her might. 2 years later, 1912, 2 long years came with nothing but heartache and trouble. Merlot endures it because of her love for Jackson and of course the house. She would do anything for him, even killing for him. Little did she know, the coppers were after Jackson, the con man. She was falling for his con, Merlot. The blonde woman whose voice could melt any heart. In order to keep his business and the Nightingale, Jackson needed to get America quick. This way he could make a profit off her and then leave. Merlot knew of the criminal ways of Jackson, she just did not know he was swindling her this whole time. The crimes they accomplished together were now coming back to bite her, so Merlot had no choice but to leave. Her whole life was packed into a suitcase and swept away with her towards the boat landing. The Titanic, the biggest and best ship ever built, most said, and on top of its glory, Jackson pulled some strings to allow Merlot to sing a night aboard this ship. By her singing, Jackson hoped to have one of the men sign her to his own stage in America, leaving her to be his problem and leaving Jackson with a pocket full of gold. While backstage of the Grand Titanic, Merlot fanned herself nervously. Her pearls dangled and swung back and forth as she tried to calm herself. Her blue eyes scanned the backstage before scanning the crowd. She spotted Jackson and her red lips curved into a smile, but the smile faded when she noticed another woman walk up to him. Merlot's nostrils flared and her eyes narrowed as she watched her husband whisper and then passionately kiss the female. Merlot wanted to run across that stage and yank him by the hair, but instead she waited for the young female to walk backstage. Merlot raised her dress a bit and briskly walked to the woman. Miss, she called out and tapped her shoulder. What is your business with Jackson? She asked, trying to hold back her anger. We are to be married. Once we arrive in America. She smiled and walked off. Merlot's heart dropped and she froze in place. What a con man. Marry her, dry her up of what little money she had, then pawn her off in America. Anger, hurt, and betrayal ran throughout her veins like ice water as her stomach turned in knots. All the lies he ever told her ran throughout her mind. Every touch and every kiss, a Judas kiss of betrayal. A few tears escaped her eyes and ran down her cheek. She did her best to hold them and the screams that wanted to burst forth. Now presenting, Merlot. The man announced her name and the crowd clapped. The show must go on, she whispered to herself as she used her lace gloves to wipe away the tears. Merlot slowly walked on stage, her eyes down, shielding them from the lights and the horror of seeing Jackson, the only man she ever loved, who broke her heart. She opened her mouth and began to sing the saddest song that ever escaped her lips. Tears rolled down her cheeks as she scanned the crowd before laying her eyes on him. Pain and heartache came through her pipes as she sang on stage. Suddenly the boat rocked, and the sound system and lights flickered. People could be heard screaming outside as others came in screaming something about the boat had been hit. People panicked and began to scatter like roaches. Glasses, silverware and even shoes went flying as they ran to escape the doom of a sinking ship. Merlot stayed right where she was. She already decided her life was over, she had nothing left to live for. She continued to sing as the water trickled into the room. If she was going to die, she was going to go out singing. Her escape in life and even in death, her death song. 400 miles the ship's distance from land when the iceberg was struck. 160 minutes the time it took the Titanic to sink after hitting the iceberg. 60 minutes the delay between the collision and the first Titanic lifeboats launching. The whole time she stood on that stage and welcomed the icy death. The pale blonde floated in the burning ice water. Her lips blue with hypothermia and her lungs gasping for air, but met with seawater. As death was about to take her soul, another reached and grabbed her. Suddenly she was in another place besides the murky cold salt water. She stood there in her dripping wet dress looking around the grand room. A creature stepped forwards and shifted into a human before her eyes. "Hello, Merlot." Mammon spoke sweetly. Who are you?" she asked, shivering. "I am your savior. Someone who can give you everything you ever wanted. Just let me die." She cried out. "Why? When you can live and be something extraordinary. To rule by my side and cause those who hurt you torment." The Prince Devil grins. "What are you?" she asked. "Present." Merlot's eyes drifted back towards the congressman. He was still sitting and listening to her intently. "Mammon turned me into a siren. He also helped me get my revenge on Jackson," she explained to Conway, who watched her with awe. Her beauty and voice were so captivating. Merlot walked around the desk and placed a hand on his cheek and grins. "Careful, boy. Your emotions are showing." Merlot kept her hand on his face, and Conway placed his hand on hers. He was so captivated by her he did not care who saw. "Merlot is to accompany you to the ballet." Mammon walked in. The two did not know how long he was standing there, but Mammon heard everything. He was not upset, he was thrilled. He was taking a liking to Merlot. Conway quickly pulled his hand away from touching Merlot and turned to face the devil. To Conway's surprise, Mammon was smiling. "Conway, you are to go to the ballet and gain voters," Mammon explained. "Merlot, you will accompany him in my stead. I have business to attend to." Conway stood up and his mood changed from soft back to his hard look. The congressman gave Merlot one more glance before walking out. As he passed, Conway nodded to Mammon to let him know he understood and would go. Mammon waited till Conway left the room before he approached Merlot. The devil did not care one bit who Merlot talked to or slept with. He knew she belonged to him. "Just for a while, dear. To watch and protect him. I know men like him are not your favorite, but we need him. Flirt and get him under your spell," he whispered to Merlot. Merlot gave her master a nod and a passionate kiss on the lips. That night, the show had gone rather well, and when the curtains dropped, Trevor met Callie backstage. She didn't know how he got back there but wasn't surprised he did. "So, the congressman will most likely be at the VIP table," he explained as she undressed. "Hopefully if the night goes right, I can snag a few more high-end business deals." He watched her change from her dancer outfit into an evening gown. "Believe me, I am sure we will have more than a business deal." A wicked grin spread across her face as she turned her back, waiting for him to zip her up. Trevor zipped her dress and let out a chuckle. "I like the way you think, but what are you thinking?" he asked, a bit dumbfounded. She turned and patted his cheek. "You will see." She then checked her makeup and hair in the mirror before walking towards the dining hall. Trevor of course stayed back. A criminal like him had no place in the upper class part. He would stick out like a sore thumb, especially the way he was dressed. No matter how much he faked it to blend with these people, he could not. The ballroom was bustling with the city's high class. Callie grabbed a glass of champagne and made her way through the crowd. She finally spotted the congressman and watched her new prey. She was expecting some old woman with him, but it was the opposite. He had a supernatural beauty on his arm. Callie was a bit jealous. The director who was speaking with him finally noticed Callie. He beckons her over so he could introduce her to the congressman. Game on. Callie walked gracefully towards them and put on her innocent smile. Evening. She bowed her head a bit. This is Congressman Conway Rosses. The director introduced them to each other. Callie knew Conway, but no one else knew that. Callie put on a fake smile. Pleasure, Congressman. She spoke softly. You are an excellent dancer, Ms. Bianchini. Conway smiled down at her as Merlot held on to his arm. It had to be a mistress since she did not have a ring on her hand, Callie thought. Why, thank you, sir. It takes a lot of practice and flexibility. She raised a brow. The congressman did the same. He knew exactly what she meant. As the two had quite the experience together, it was awkward acting like they didn't know each other. Merlot picked up on the whole thing. She was old enough and in this game for long enough to know what was going on. Callie's life was split in two, just like her personality. With the congressman she was posh, well-mannered and high class, but with Trevor she let her criminal wild side flare up. Darkness and light, both being fed by two different men, but honestly it was tearing her apart. She was falling for her mark, and it was going to be a disaster. Trevor was her bad boy. He was her first and was always there, feeding her every desire her wicked heart wanted, but Conway, he was kind and tender. He treated her like a princess. He was soft with her and very loving. Trevor teased the congressman, but he was not a sissy or pushover. The man was an ex-army man, who was part of a cutthroat family of oil tycoons. He made his way up through the cutthroat political game and was unyielding. Even if his fiancée, Natalie, found out about Callie, he would not give her up. His career on the line, but he felt so strong for the ballerina he would not budge. He never loved his Nat. He was only going to marry her just for political gain and favor with the Russians. Callie, however, was just his current fling. He knew he could never have the woman by his side, Merlot. Even if he tried, the devil would most likely have his head, so he would settle for the dancer. On top of all that was going on in Callie's life, Joe, an FBI agent, started working on her for info. Not only about her criminal ways, but also about her love life. It was all too much for her, and Callie started to cave in into her overwhelming feelings. The young woman had stopped eating and lost 5 pounds. This also started to show in her dancing. She often got in fist fights with the girls at her dance class and was banned from one studio. Her life choices were coming all at once to bite her in the backside. One day she would have to choose between the two. She couldn't allow them, and the choices tear her apart. Underneath the tough exterior was a scared girl just wanting to be accepted and loved. The night continued well enough. Conway broke away from Merlot and had a few dances with Callie. The two broke away from the crowd and went to the dressing room area. Trevor was in there, but soon hid when he heard the two enter. He watched them for a while and thought it was best to record this. The congressman in the backstage area getting it on with a dancer. Oh, what a scandal. He pulled out his old camera that used videotapes and began to record. He had it due to trying to be nice and record Callie's dance, but this was much more useful. It would be a big payout for him as well as a chance to have blackmail on the congressman. Chapter 17. Across town. Samara had finally acquired all the information Timothy needed to make his break-in. That night they would attempt to pull it off. It was the best window of time since Conway would be out and at the ballet with Callie. Joseph decided now was a better time than any. Michael, Joseph, and Timothy stood outside of Conway's mansion along the large wall that surrounded the compound. They were waiting for Sheriff Parks to meet them there. Joseph was a bit nervous, but Timothy was cool as a cucumber. He stood by the other two men in all black. The men placed their earpieces and microphones on them and checked to make sure they were working. Samara was to hack the security system and run the cameras on a loop to avoid picking up Timothy. The sheriff said he would help them break in. He would be the distraction if they needed. Tim was to sneak in and get at Conway's laptop, as well as the safe with the other documents. Michael and Joseph would cover the side and rear of the house, while the sheriff would watch the front. If Tim needed help, the sheriff would go to the door and knock to stall. Sheriff Parks finally pulled up beside the other men in his unit and nodded to them. "All right, Michael, you plant the device on the camera so Sam can hack in. Sheriff, you watch the front while I go around back. Tim, you do you." Joseph nodded. The sheriff nodded and pulled away to park in the front of the wall that faced the gate entrance to the house. Michael tiptoes to climb a bit up the wall. He reached up and hung off the camera's pole to place the device on the back. He hopped down and nodded to the others, letting them know it was complete. Joseph called his fiancée to let her know she was now able to do her job, while he walked around to the back of the wall. When he arrived and had a hard time hopping up to grab the ledge, he finally was able to after the third try. He then pulled himself up and over. He landed in the backyard beside the pool area. He glanced around and noticed a gate on the left and grumbled to himself. Timothy walked into the gate and waved at Joseph. Joseph mumbled in Spanish at the male. "You could have just used the gate." Tim spoke over the comm. Joseph proceeded to curse him out in Spanish as Michael laughed at the two. Michael hopped the wall easily and made his way along the side of the house. "Are you going to argue the whole time?" The judge huffed as he kept his eyes peeled for guards. "No, me and Mission Impossible wall climb here are on a truce." Tim grins to himself as he makes his way inside. "Keep it up, Tiny Tim. We are the same height. Don't be mad, I just use my brain more than you." Tim chuckled as he made his way into the foyer of the house where the stairs were. "How about we don't speak unless necessary?" Joseph grumbled as he watched the back part of the mansion. "Sounds good to me." Tim whispered as he waited for a few guards to pass. The thief then made his way up the stairs towards Conway's room. "At least it is just the two of you and not all of the three amigos together," Michael added in before going silent. Joseph wanted to say something but remained silent when he noticed a guard making a round. The agent ducked behind a bush and waited for the guard to move on. Michael noticed the window to the basement of the mansion open. It looked as if it was still being worked on due to the construction supplies on this side of the house. Mike took out his flashlight and showed it down into the basement windows. It looked like Conway was building an altar or shrine to Mammon below his house. Michael took his phone out and snapped some pictures. "Looks like our boy is setting up a place for sacrificing and worshipping for Mammon." Michael spoke over the comm. "Are you surprised? I had heard rumors the Rosses family home has a huge one under that manor." Joseph spoke softly to reply to Michael. "Just sent you some pictures." Michael put his phone away and continued to investigate the basement. While the judge investigated the altar in the basement, the agent kept his eyes on the guards patrolling the backside of the mansion. The thief finally reached Conway's bedroom and made his way to the wall where the safe was. Timothy removed the picture and placed his ear to the safe door. He turned the knob and listened for the clicks. A few tries and the thief cracked the code and opened the safe. I got the safe open. Looks like a few documents inside, as well as some goodies. Timothy wiggled his brows as he snatched the documents and papers from the safe and stuffed them in the bag that slung over his shoulders. No, Tim. Just get the paperwork. Swipe or no swiping? Joseph huffed. Oh, hush, Diego. Timothy smiled as he placed cash and other things in his personal pockets. Did you get the map? Michael chimed in. Yes, Dora. Timothy then stood up and looked around for the laptop. I am going to have to go to his office for the laptop. The lower level is swarming with guards, so I am not sure how I am going to get into the office. Timothy sighed as he exited the room and peeked downstairs. Parks, can you go and knock on the front door to draw the guards away? Joseph wondered why the sheriff was so quiet over the comm. He must have forgotten to put the thing in his ear. The agent took out his phone and texted the sheriff. The sheriff texted back an angry face and made his way to the gate. Joseph noticed the guard in the backyard exit and go into the house. He saw the opportunity and speedwalked to the gate. As he exited the backyard, the agent almost ran straight into Trevor. Joseph did not know who this guy was, but he was too skinny and shifty to be a guard. Joseph pulled out his badge and showed it to him. Trevor's eyes went wide. Sir, I am just here to speak with Conway. Trevor lied as he tried to hide the bag he had. Sheriff Jason Parks walked up to the doorway and knocked. A guard opened the door quickly and glared at the sheriff. Jason returned the scowl and placed a hand on his hip. Can I help you? The guard spoke up as another guard stood beside the one speaking. I came here to get Mr. Rosses to sign his statement, as well as let him know about the case. The sheriff lied. Mr. Rosses is not here. The guard replied. Where is he? Jason asked. Not here. The other guard spoke up. Obviously. Wow, he must have found you all while he was in college, huh? Cause you two are some genius. I know he is not here. Where is he? I need to speak with him. Jason was harsh and sarcastic. He is in Austin. Some ballet. The main guard proceeded to tell Jason what he wanted to know. How long ago did he leave? Jason was trying to give Tim time to do what he needed to do. Is this 50 questions? The guard barked. Jason was the same height as the guard, so when he stepped forward, he got right in his face. Look, son. Did I ask for the attitude? I am here to help Mr. Rosses and let him know about important matters involving the people who attacked him. Information that could save his life. I do not need attitude from the help. You were hired to keep your boss safe. But I swear you are a bunch of idiots speaking to the very law that can actually do something about the threat to him. Jason narrowed his eyes to the big guy in front of him. Listen, musclehead. Maybe work out that brain more than them arms and get a clue. Jason continues to trash talk them, while the guards walked to the front door. Timothy slid down the stairs and ran into the office that was directly across from the stairwell. The door was already open, so Timothy quickly ran in and made his way to the desk. He closed the laptop and unplugged the cord from the wall. The sheriff is savage. Timothy spoke up in the comm as he could hear the sheriff speaking to a few guards. The thief quickly stuffed the cord and laptop in his bag. When the computer was in the bag, he slung it on his back and ran out toward the back of the house where he entered. Tim paused when he noticed Joseph was standing on the other side of the gate speaking to someone. Michael finished taking pictures and made his way across the yard and hopped the wall. He noticed the sheriff was no longer sitting in the front of the gate. He must have had to go in to help with the thief. Michael spoke over the comms to make sure everything was okay. "Okay guys, I'm over the wall. You all finished?" Michael asked. "I have the laptop, but I can't get out. Joseph is by the gate with someone." Timothy let Michael know what was going on. The judge could hear Joseph click his comm on to let him hear the conversation he was having with Trevor. The judge silently made his way along the wall towards the back. The judge kept out of sight as he watched his friend and another male speak. Michael was there to help if Joseph needed him to, but so far Joseph had it under control. "Agent Joseph with the FBI. I am here to investigate the recent trouble Mr. Rosses is having." "And you are?" Joe put his badge away. Trevor chuckled nervously. "Kind of late to be speaking with him, don't you think?" Joseph asked Trevor. Trevor blinked a couple times before speaking. "I was here to get his order and make a delivery. He gets the munchies." Trevor stuffed the bag in his back pocket. Joseph watched him and noticed the man put something in his pocket. "Well, Mr. Rosses isn't here, so how can you know what all the congressman wants?" Joseph asked. "He texted me. I just came by to get the money to make the purchase." Joe could tell he was lying. The faint smell of weed lingered on the mail. "Can I see some ID?" Joseph asked. Trevor pulled out his wallet and handed it to him. "Mr. Hoffman, I will ask Mr. Rosses about you. If you do not check out, well, I think you know what will happen. I think you should just leave until Mr. Rosses is home, huh?" Joseph did not feel like dealing with this guy. He needed to finish his current mission. He would, however, investigate Trevor some more when he arrived back at the agency. He remembers that Conway had a dealer, and this was obviously him. Another charge Joseph could bring up on Conway. The agent handed Trevor his wallet back, and Trevor took it. The dealer smiled and backed away slowly. When he was a good distance away from the agent, Trevor took off to his car. When the coast was clear, Timothy popped out from behind Joseph, and the two made their way towards the car. Michael exited the brush and joined them as they walked to the car. Joseph gave the sheriff a call when all three were in the car. "Parks, we got what we needed. You can head out. Meet you at your station." Joseph could still hear him arguing with the guards as he hung up the phone. The three pulled up at the station and waited for Sheriff Parks to arrive. Tim sat in the back seat as Michael sat in the passenger seat. Joseph drummed his fingers on the steering wheel as he waited patiently. "Well, that went easy enough." Tim smiled and removed his leather gloves. "Yes, that you Puss in Boots." Joseph snickered. Michael could not help but let out a soft chuckle at Joe's comment. Timothy glared at Joe's from the back seat. "I assume when we get back to the agency building, I am free to go?" the thief asked. "Nope," Joseph said sharply as he kept his eyes on the door of the station. "Why?" Tim asked and blinked feverishly as he glanced between the two men. "I need to keep you close. I don't need you running to the Rosses telling them everything." Joseph still did not trust Timothy. "Really? I help you steal from the man and you think I would go to him and be like you, I stole from you for the FBI? Yeah, real smart." Timothy shook his head and glanced out the side window. He mumbled in Spanish. He was highly pissed. He may have been a thief, but he wasn't a backstabbing rat. He thought Joe would have trusted him and gave him some respect after everything he did to help him. "You know I agreed to help. I don't need this." Timothy could not let it go. "We just need you to stay around until the case is finished. It is all." For your protection and ours. Michael tried to smooth things over. Timothy glared at them both from the back seat. He was about to continue to argue, but noticed the sheriff walking towards the car. He sat back and crossed his arms while he fumed. Joseph rolled the window down, and the sheriff bent down to hand him a large case file. "This is all I have on the Rosses and Mr. Mand." He continued to lean on the car as Joseph looked through the file. "This and the stuff on the laptop should help us." "Thanks, you are welcome." Tim spoke up from the back seat sarcastically. "You want a cookie?" The sheriff barked as he glanced in the back seat. "Just keep me updated." The sheriff glared at Tim before walking away back towards his station. Chapter 18. Next day, Trevor was sitting in Conway's office chair at the campaign building. Last thing the dealer needed was the feds on Conway, so he would activate his blackmail sooner than later. Conway entered and rose a brow as he noticed Trevor sitting in his seat. "Can I help you?" Conway's voice was stern. Yes, you can. You see, I went to your house last night to make a delivery. I ran into an FBI agent. He said he would check with you about me." Trevor explained. Conway had no idea what he was talking about. "The last thing I need is the feds on my back, so you are going to cover for me and keep them off my back." Trevor spoke with authority. Conway furrowed his eyebrows, almost shocked at how the dealer was talking to him. "Are you mental? Smoking too much of your own brand? How dare you come into my office commanding things?" Conway barked. Trevor raised a finger and wiggled it side to side. "Now Conway, you see I have a secret." "Well, you have a secret. You and Callie doing the nasty in the backstage area of that ballet last night." Conway was about to walk around that desk and beat the crap out of Trevor. Trevor noticed him move a bit and jumped up from the chair. "I have it on tape." Conway froze. "Tape?" Conway asked. "Yes. I filmed you too and hid it away. If you keep the feds off my back and play nice with me, I won't tell a soul." Trevor smiled and stood up straight and proud. "Get out." Conway spoke between grit teeth. Trevor was confused and it showed on his face. "Did you not hear what I said?" Trevor asked and tilted his head. "I did, and if the feds ask me about you, I will cover now. Get out of my office before I just beat you to death and find the tape myself," Conway yelled. Trevor was a bit shocked at his words, but he did as Conway asked. "All right. Fine. Just so we are clear, I have things set up in case I die." Trevor lied as he walked around the other side of the desk and towards the door. Conway turned and slammed the door, pushing Trevor out. The congressman turned and punched a hole in the wall paneling. He removed his fist from the wall and stood there seething in rage. The door opened again, and Conway was about to punch, but stopped when he noticed Merlot standing there. She placed a hand on his fist and lowered it. "Are you okay?" she asked, unsure of what was going on. Conway took a few deep breaths before speaking. "Trevor. He has a tape of me and that ballerina together," he explained. Merlot knew Conway was seeing the girl on the side, so the siren knew exactly what he was talking about. "I will handle it." She caresses his face lovingly. She gave him a warm smile and did her best to calm him down. Merlot waited for Conway to leave for lunch before calling his sister. The siren called Diana, explaining the whole situation. Merlot then asked if she knew anyone who could get the job done. Her and Mammon's people were busy and would not be able to handle this as quickly as it needed to be handled. Diana reassured Merlot she would handle the situation. "Who was that?" William asked when Diana hung up the phone. He could see the concern on her face. "Merlot. She said one of Conway's dealers has blackmail on him." She explained briefly. Call Mike Landry. He might know of someone who can handle this. William reminded Diana of her old security guard. Diana quickly looks for a number to reach Mike. After finding the info, Diana called Mike and he suggested she hire Connor Jamison. Mike gives her info for Connor. Mr. Jamison was reluctant at first, but Diana offered him such a huge amount to complete this task, he could not pass it up. A few days later, Connor Jamison made his way towards the apartment building where Trevor was staying. It didn't take him long to find the guy since his brother Colin was a judge and, in the FBI, who helped him. Connor lied and said the guy was a threat to innocent people. Colin was too busy to actually investigate this and trusted his brother. He gave him the info and dropped the subject. Connor and his pit bull Niels entered the building. The dog had been with Connor since his time in the military, so Niels was highly trained. Connor made his way up to the apartment and quietly broke in. The place was not the cleanest, but it was not the worst place he had been in before. The trash was overflowing, and microwave food containers trailed from the kitchen and into the living room. A few random articles of clothes were strung about the few pieces of furniture he had. It was as if this place was just a temporary place. Connor made his way inside and looked everywhere for the tape in question. Who uses a tape for blackmail? He asked himself as he and his dog walked through the small place. It did not take long before he arrived at the bedroom. Connor was tired of looking and decided to just ask the sleeping Trevor. The dog climbed on top of the bed and stood on top of the sleeping drug dealer. The weight and the slobber from the dog woke the man up. Morning sunshine. Connor's posh British accent caused Trevor to try and get up, but the dog growled and held him down. Trevor was about to curse but shut up when the dog bared his teeth. Where is it? Connor spoke calmly. Where is what? Trevor asked, keeping his eyes on the dog in fear. He could not move, and Trevor just laid there frozen under his sheets. Don't play stupid. Do not move. I am going to ask again, and if you give me an answer I don't like, Niels is going to start snacking on your face. Connor stepped forwards to show Trevor he was not playing around. Where is the tape? Connor asked. Trevor's eyes went even wider as they shifted to the bedside table. Connor walked to the table and opened the drawers looking for the tape. You are making a mistake. You don't know who you are messing with. Trevor spoke through gritted teeth. Connor just glanced at the mail as he pulled out the camera with the tape inside. Connor took the tape out and dropped the camera to the floor. Connor smashed it with his boot and stuffed the tape in his pocket. Connor made a clicking noise, and the dog quickly got off Trevor and the bed and stood beside Connor. Trevor went to get out the bed, but Connor pulled out his gun and shot Trevor in the knee. Trevor let out a blood-curdling yell and fell to the ground holding his knee. I told you not to get up. Connor placed the gun back in its holster. Listen, mate, it's not my problem, but next time you blackmail someone there is something called a phone and the internet. You know how long to transfer that? Do you know broadcast places went digital since 2000? So, whatever this sloppy business you tried to pull, it is quite stupid. No one watches tapes anymore, dummy. Screw you, James Bond. Trevor yelled. Connor shook his head and proceeded to walk out the apartment. Niels took a bag of chips from the floor as he exited the apartment with his owner. Trevor lay on the ground trying to stop the bleeding and groaning in pain. He finally grabbed an old shirt and wrapped it around his knee. He then did his best to stand up but fell on his bed. The whole time between grunts he was curing. He reached in the drawer and popped a few pain pills before reaching for his phone. He tried to call Callie, but there was no answer. Connor pulled up at the Rosses' residence in Dallas 3 hours away. He then parked his car and left Niels inside with the AC running. Walking into the manor door, he was greeted by William. William noticed his gun and went to get it, but Diana walked in and stopped him. "No, he is all right. I hired him." Diana waved at William as she approached Connor. "Did you retire the tape?" Diana asked. Connor pulled the tape out and held it up. "Were there copies?" Diana asked. "No. It was still in the camera. I took care of it and sent him a message," Connor explained. Diana held out her hand out for the tape, but Connor still held on to it. He then raised his other hand to signal that he wanted his payment first. Diana reached for her purse that was on the table along the wall. She retrieved a large folder envelope and handed it to Connor. Connor took the envelope and handed her the tape. He glanced inside the envelope to make sure there was cash inside before tucking it into his pocket. "Pleasure, miss." Connor nodded to Diana and smiled over at William, who watched him the whole time. "I don't need to tell you that we never met, right?" Diana asked as she watched Connor walk backwards towards the door he came in through. "Who are you again?" He played coy while smiling. He turned to exit the large home. "Austin, they took it, they took the tape and everything we had on him." Trevor bursts into Callie's apartment limping and starts rambling. She stood wide-eyed for a moment watching the rant and the blood trail he made. "Well, maybe it is for the best." She spoke in a quiet tone. What did you say?" Trevor gritted his teeth. "Someone shot me, took the stuff we had planned out, and you are okay with that?" He glared down at her. "This was your idea, Callie," he hissed. "Sorta, yeah, but it was a mistake, okay?" she confessed. Trevor knew what was going on. So you like him, is that it? You were falling for the douchebag." He could not help but let a sarcastic laugh escape him. Callie stood silently looking down at her feet. Trevor grabbed her arm and shook her a bit. "Answer me, Callie. Do you love him?" He could feel a knot in the back of his throat. Callie pushed him off her but couldn't push back the tears. "He treats me right. And not just as some tool to benefit his game. Plus, we've been seeing each other long before you knew," she scolded. "Excuse me." Trevor blinked and pointed at her. "This was your idea, if I recall. Have dirt on the guy in case he tried something on you, me or your family. And if you loved me, you would have protested it," she screamed. "You told me time and time again, you aren't my boyfriend, Trevor. What the hell am I supposed to do? You told me repeatedly you would never love anyone." He cursed at her. "You were my first." "Of course, I loved you," she screamed back at him. "Loved?" Trevor tilted his head. The words pierced his heart. "Loved? Callie? What does that mean?" He continues to yell. "Get out." She pushes his chest towards the door. The young blonde chose the congressman over the dealer. He was a better fit for her look and lifestyle. Her family would never approve of Trevor, but having a congressman in their back pocket would work nice. Trevor stumbled backwards a bit. "Callie." He went to continue, but the door was slammed in his face. Rage built up inside, and he punched a hole in the wall behind him. That congressman was gonna get hurt and possibly lose his life. Trevor wanted to kill him. He not only took Callie away from him, but hired a crazy man with a dog who shot him. Conway also could sell him out the feds, and he needed to settle this. Trevor broke into the Conway's home in Fredericksburg and waited for the man to return. The longer he sat there, the angrier he became. Conway finally arrived home to see Trevor sitting in his living room. "What are you doing here?" Conway barked as he slammed the door and dropped his things. He was ready for a fight. "I came here for you." Trevor stood up and glared at the man. He took a limping step towards Conway. "Seems my sister did a great job." Conway snarked. Not good enough. Trevor hissed. Callie is mine. And you are just street trash ready to be picked up and tossed away. Conway snickered. She is not some prize to be passed around and used. Trevor screamed. That is exactly what you did. You used her to get a leg up on you game. Don't play dumb with me, dope boy. Conway Rosses. As I recall, you were the dopehead ranger. Got kicked out the army for going to a wall and becoming a druggie. Came crawling to me for your fixes. Trevor hissed as he got inches away from the man. Both men loved Callie, and both were gonna end up killing each other over it. Conway's bodyguards walked in and placed a gun towards Trevor. I suggest you limp home if you wish to live another day. Conway growled. Trevor pointed a finger at him and glared. I am coming for you. Best pray your dogs are around the next when I find you. 'Cause when I do, there'll be nothing left but that ugly tie. He used his shoulder to push past the congressman as he limped out. Meanwhile, Mammon walked confidently into the small police station and asked for Sheriff Parks. The dispatcher showed the man where the sheriff's office was, and Mammon made his way towards it. The whole time he kept a grin across his twisted face. He had recently learned of the plot for one of his minions that worked in the police station. Mammon needed the sheriff under his thumb, and if not, Mammon would destroy Parks' career and life. The devil was here to let Parks know he had a choice. This town would be his and no one was going to stop him. After Mammon would take the surrounding areas, he would then move in on Austin. The fallen one already had Dallas and the upper part of Texas on his payroll and land in his bank, so this small town was not going to stop him now. Mammon reached up and knocked on the sheriff's open door. The sheriff raised his head to look at how was knocking. His face dropped in anger as he saw the devil standing in his doorway. Jason still did not fully believe the whole supernatural aspect of everything, but he did believe this man was pure evil. What do you want? Jason shot up from his seat and glared at Mammon. A word. Mammon walked in like he already owned the place and closed the door behind him. Jason tried his best not to give this Mr. Mand an earful as he watched him take a seat in front of his desk. I am here to parley, Sheriff. His smug voice made Jason fume even more. He did not want this trash in his office, less alone his station. He was the reason this town was going under, and people were losing their livelihood and lives. However, Jason was curious as to what he wanted to say. The male had the nerve to walk right in here, so he wanted to hear what was so important to meet him face to face, and behind enemy lines. I have heard through the grapevine of a plot. A plan of sorts on how you and your FBI friend will take not only me but Mr. Rosses to jail. Well, I cannot have that. You see, I have not concluded my business here and will not stop until it is complete. You mean run everyone out of town and demolish this place for your oil rigs? Jason asked with a cold stare coupled by a hate in his voice. On the contrary, my dear Sheriff. I plan on creating new jobs and business here dealing with the oil industry. It will make the state and its people rich. No, just your people. Jason hisses. We need oil, Sheriff. It is an important asset to our economy and livelihood. Mammon remained calm and kept a grin on his face. Yes, but not the way you are going about it. You are tearing up this place and state for your back pocket. Displacing people and their business. Ruining the rich history of this town for what? A chance there might be some black gold under us. The sheriff raised his voice. People will understand. I will pay them. Can't buy everyone. People have lived here for decades, even centuries. Everyone has a price. No, Mr. Mand, not everyone. Oh yes, just some are not met in gold. Others are in loved ones. Like a sick wife. This causes Jason's face to turn pale. Mammon knew he was on to something. "Help me, Sheriff, help me and I can heal your wife." Mammon leaned in to study Jason's face. Jason ran a hand over his beard as a sick feeling hit his gut. This was getting personal now. Mr. Mand was now bringing his family into this mess. It was anyone's worst fear. The silence ripped through the office as the two sat and stared at each other. Jason thought hard, but knew if he let up on his morals, not only would he regret it in the end, but his wife would not be pleased. The couple held the same values and morals, and this wife would be devastated and possibly deteriorate if she found out he let up on those. Jason stood up again and glared down at Mammon. "I don't know who you think you are, or what you even are, but if you don't get out of my office right now, I promise you, I will take this badge off and beat the hell out of you." "Oh, I don't think that is possible. Hell is pretty secure in me." Mammon rose and let his eyes shift for Jason to see. It still did not faze the angry sheriff. Mammon adjusted his suit and turned to walk out. "Pity, you are choosing the side of the judges and your God. You could have been a wealthy man. And your wife could have been healed." Mammon turned the handle of the door and went to walk out. "If I see your face in my office again, Mr. Mand, I will make sure it will not leave the same as it arrived. And if you mention my wife again, not even my God will be able to hold me back." Jason believed in God and whatnot, but he was not as devoted as his wife or the guys he was working with at the FBI. He was on the fence about it all, but the recent events, and this Mr. Mand character was pushing him more towards the side of the light. "Mammon. My name is Mammon. Learn it well," was all he spoke before leaving the sheriff's office fuming. Parks was going to be a problem, but not the main one. Right now, he needed to focus on the judges. One he wanted dead was Alejandro. He was also a weak link due to his past and anger issues. Not to mention the Brea factor the ex-judge had. If he could get to Brea, he could get to Alejandro. Chapter 19. The Black Files. Austin. Over the next week, Mammon sent a vexing spirit to Brea, oppressing her. The thing would whisper in her sleep, causing her to have nightmares as well as anxiety about everything. That whole week Brea was not herself. The others picked up on it, but Alejandro could definitely tell something was wrong. The young woman was staying inside the barracks more and sleeping longer than usual. She did not meet with Samara as much and kept to herself. Alejandro knew well enough it was a spiritual battle, but he was so stuck on the physical, he did not speak up about it to Brea. It was one of the reasons he defected, because he was so focused on what happened in front of his eyes, and he often forgot the real battle was unseen. A surge in cases around the area had cropped up, and the few that were in the office needed to take care of them. Joseph hated the fact he had to put the Conway case on pause, but these cases were life and death. While the agents and the other judge were out, Alejandro went to Brea. Alejandro made sure Timothy was busy helping Samara learn Spanish for her wedding vows before he made his move. Alejandro walked in and tossed a bag on her bed where Brea laid. The young woman sat up and looked confused at Alejandro. "This is taking way longer than it should. I can tell it is affecting you, and I think we should take care of this ourselves." Alejandro spoke. "What do you mean?" Brea was not quite sure on what he was talking about. "They others are out and busy, now is our chance to get that congressman. You know as well as I do, he will never serve time. He will weasel his way out of it. We need to take care of dishing out justice," Alejandro explained. Brea knew he was right. She trusted the FBI and Joseph to help her, but deep down she knew they would never get justice for her or her family. People like the Rosses never actually faced the gallows. They always paid their way out. Brea acknowledged this with a deep sigh and stood up, grabbing the bag. Inside were a few weapons and a change of clothes. "So, we go rogue?" Brea asked, but she knew the answer. Of course, they would be on the hit list of every law enforcement team in all of Texas and the nation. Alejandro was supposed to meet the crowd after the case, but he was ignoring their decree. "We will be outlaws and on the run, so make your peace before we leave." Alejandro walked to her cabinet and began tossing her stuff on the bed for her to pack. Brea quickly grabbed a piece of paper and wrote a quick note thanking Samara, Joe and the others. She then tucked it under her pillow and stuffed her things in the bag. The two then snuck out the building. Alejandro boosted a car on the side of the street, and the two made their way out to the congressman's home again. Night fell as the two waited out the mansion. It was almost the same scenario, but this time they were ready for Conway. No more talking, it was time for action. Alejandro would take out the guards, and Brea would cut the power. While Brea kept Conway busy, Alejandro would clear the area before helping her. They both knew Conway would try talking his way out of anything before he would fight. Alejandro brought out the sniper rifle he stole from the agency and set up outside of the wall. He peered through the scope and began to take out his guards one by one. Brea cut the power and placed a device that blocked any phone calls from being sent from a cell phone. The agency had a plethora of nice little devices that Alejandro was able to get. He was starting to act like Tim with the stealing, but he would do anything to take out this man. Brea made her way into the mansion as Alejandro jumped off the wall. The ex-judge continued to shoot the guards as he made his way inside. He tossed the large rifle and pulled out his handgun. He knew now that he changed weapons, the guard would know they were here. It did not matter. Alejandro had taken out a good bit of them, and only a few remained. Brea passed up the office area and was about to walk up the stairs when she was stopped by Conway's voice. He sat behind his desk with a drink in his hand. He was not surprised one bit. It was as if he knew they would eventually come for him this way. "Nice touch blocking the cell signal." Conway's voice spoke in the darkness of the office. Brea paused mid-step and turned to face where his voice came from. Her hand was still on the banister and gripped it tight with anger. Conway sat his drink down and stood up from the office. Brea could only make out a shadow figure moving in the distance as it approached. Soon his face peeked through the office, and the moonlight lit up the congressman's face. He was an extremely attractive man, but to Brea he was trash. All those looks were just a cover candy-coated crap. Conway held a twisted ugliness inside. Brea turned completely top-face him and balled her fist. Conway glanced down at her hands, and a sly chuckle escaped his lips. "So, you are going to take me on?" he asked as he removed his tie and rolled up his sleeves. Brea said nothing as she raised her hands. She had remembered the little amount of karate she had learned in high school, but she knew she was no match for a trained military man like Conway. She just needed to hold him off long enough for Alejandro to arrive and kill him. Brea needed to keep him talking as long as possible. "Surprised? You are the one who killed my family and almost had me killed." Her words were sharp. "You should have taken your daddy's offer and joined them. At least you would have lived. Now I don't think so much." Conway's eyes looked her over in disgust. "Cousin or no? Blood means nothing to me." Conway hisses. "Obviously. Only thing you care about is black oil and gold." Brea speaks through grit teeth. "The oil was always Wyatt's thing." "Never mind." He took a step forward, all the while keeping his eyes glaring at her. "That is right. You ran away and joined the army to make yourself a man. Too bad it did not work. You are still a junkie coward hiding behind his daddy's name and money. Brea stood her ground as Conway slowly walked forward. You know you and your boyfriend will not make it out alive, Conway replied as he was an arm's length away from her. He isn't my boyfriend. Brea threw a jab, and Conway blocked it. She continued to punch towards him, but he was faster than she was. He could have easily taken her out, but he wanted to toy with her a bit. His only worry was Alejandro. Alejandro may have defected from the crowd, but he still was a judge. Being a judge meant he was more powerful than Conway, a mere human. The congressman needed to make quick work of the girl before the judge showed up. No doubt he was taking out his security team at this moment, Conway thought to himself as he watched Brea attempt to fight him. He grew tired of her pitiful attempt and punched her right in the face. It was not with all his might. If she would have done that, he would have knocked her out or killed her. No, he just gave her a warning hit. Brea fell backwards and held on to her nose as crimson streamed down. It seems you didn't graduate your classes. Conway stood above Brea as he watched her hold her nose and slowly scoot away. Brea hit the wall in the hallway between the entrance of the house and the living room, and was not able to get away. She was cornered and Conway's smile made her sick. I guess this is the end of the line, cousin. Conway chuckled. Brea spat blood at him, and it landed on his shoes. Conway looked down distracted as Alejandro came up from behind him. Alejandro had run out of bullets, so he would have to fight Conway in hand-to-hand combat. Truly, the judge could have used any object as a weapon, and would have been successful due to his special abilities, but this was personal. Brea was like a sister to Alejandro. Over the past month they had grown close, and not to mention she reminded him of his sister who was taken from him. The first few punches were blocked on both sides, but Conway could not continue with Alejandro. Alejandro was given abilities so he could go toe-to-toe with supernatural creatures, and Conway was a mere mortal. There was no chance for the congressman. Alejandro knew this, and he put all his might into his punches. Conway was down and trying to crawl away from Alejandro. Brea watched from the same spot she was at on the floor with her back to the wall. How the tables had turned. Conway was now the one struggling for life. Alejandro watched the congressman try to crawl away. He would wait for him to get on his feet. Alejandro would at least give the man a proper fight and death. Conway did not deserve it, but Alejandro was not like Conway. He was way more of a man than Conway could even have been. Conway shook this dizzy feeling off and whipped the blood from his mouth. He stood up and blinked a few times trying to focus. Conway then looked past Conway to see a figure in the background. It was Mammon. The fallen one watched from the shadows. He needed to help his servant defeat this judge. Not only for his plans and the government of this nation, but for personal reasons. Mammon reached out and called up powers from the depth to give Conway. As they entered Conway, his bruises and cuts slowly healed. Alejandro tilted his head in disbelief. Conway raised his fists again with new strength and rushed after Alejandro. The match was now equal. The two fought furiously through the dark house. Lamps were broken, and walls had dents in them as the two punched, kicked and tackled each other. As the two fought, Brea finally stood up and wiped the blood from her face. She noticed Mammon watching them in the distance. "What did you do?" she screamed towards the devil. Mammon turned his head to face her. "I leveled the playing ground, my dear." His twisted smile made her stomach turn in disgust. She then turned quickly to see Conway get the upper hand on Alejandro. Brea watched helplessly as Conway had him against the wall, pounding into him. "Stop." Brea went to run to help Alejandro, but Mammon reached out and grabbed her. He pulled her hair back with one hand, and with the other he gripped her neck and jaw. "You will watch this," he hissed. "Go on, Conway. Finish that, Judge." He cheered his minion on. "You know, my dear, I was the one who killed his sister, and now I will kill him," ending his line. Mammon chuckled as he held on to Brea. She tried to break away, but it was no use to fight against this devil. Mammon let go of her hair and picked up a cigarette from his pocket. The judge and the congressman were now on the floor wrestling. "That's it, boy. Use your strength." He cheered on the sidelines, and Brea watched the bloody match in horror. Conway pressed his fingers in Alejandro's eyes, blinding him. The screams caused Brea to sob silently. While a cigarette sat in Mammon's mouth, he reached for a construction man belt. Inside were a few tools, and Mammon grabbed a hammer. He pressed it against Brea's head, the cold steel making her shiver in fear. "Tonight, we take what is left from you and then your life." Mammon then tossed the hammer to Conway. Conway reached for it, breathing heavy, while Alejandro screamed in pain on the ground. Conway took the hammer and beat Alejandro to death. Brea's cries and tears were in vain. She could not help Alejandro. Mammon finally let her neck go and she fell to the ground sobbing. "Fine job, my boy. Real fine job." Mammon walked towards Conway as he stood up from the floor. The hammer was still in Conway's hands as he looked at what he had just done. "You have done an excellent job." Mammon patted Conway on the shoulder. The congressman dropped the hammer and it hit the floor with a thud. While the two men talked, Brea slowly scooted away. Her eyes were large with fear and tears as she looked at her lifeless friend on the floor. Alejandro was dead and it was her fault. She should have convinced him to stay and let the FBI handle things. It was her fault. Her anger and thirst for revenge caused all this. Police lights bounced off the walls as Conway looked towards the windows. Mammon did the same and squeezed his shoulder. "Don't worry, my boy. Self-defense." Quickly Mammon turned to face where Brea was, but she was gone. He let out a curse in a demonic voice. Conway glanced around looking for Brea as well. "Where is the girl?" Conway asked as his voice was full of worry. "Don't worry." Mammon used his hand that was on Conway's shoulder to grab Conway's chin. Mammon made Conway look at him. "You did this out of self-defense. The two came here to kill you, right? You have nothing to worry about." Mammon smiled with yellow teeth. Conway shook his head as he understood. The congressman then took a seat on his couch as he stared at the bloody heap of a mess that was Alejandro that lay dead on his floor. Jason breaks down the door of the mansion announcing police. Him and his deputies swarmed the building, while Mammon stepped into the shadows and disappeared. Joseph had called Jason and let him know that Alejandro and Brea had escaped. The agent was on his way there, but he needed Jason to intervene first. Jason and his deputies stepped over dead bodies yet again as they entered the dark house. The only thing that was lit in there was the flashlights in their hands. Jason called out for Conway, but there was no answer. As much as he wanted the congressman locked up, he did not want him dead. The sheriff wanted Conway to face the law he broke. The police made their way into the living room with their guns drawn. Jason noticed someone sitting on the couch, but he didn't know who it was. The sheriff only saw the back of the person's head. Jason held his gun out and walked slowly towards the figure. "Conway." He spoke in a low, gruff voice as he approached. Conway did not reply. Conway kept his face fixed on the body on his floor. He was a bit in shock. Conway had killed people before, but nothing so brutal. Jason shone the light on Conway and then towards where he was looking. "Goodness." Jason made a queasy face at the body on the floor. It looked like the judge that had attacked Conway before. The one Joe and his team were keeping at their agency. The sheriff placed his gun in his holster and then glanced back at Conway. "What happened?" Parks asked, but Conway did not answer. The other deputies scanned the house and lawn as Jason tried to get Conway to speak. The sheriff gave up on asking questions and stood silently watching Conway stare at the body. Jason didn't move until his deputy came towards him to let him know the area was clear. "Mr. Rosses, we need to get you to the station for some questions." Jason pulled his handcuffs out. Conway looked up at the sheriff finally. It was self-defense. He spoke in a low voice. "Yes, but we still need you to come in. You are not under arrest. We just need to detain you until we figure out what happened," Jason explained. Conway knew he had to comply. Conway raised his hands and stood up. Conway stood in the foyer of his home handcuffed. The police managed to get the power back on as they swarmed the residence. Joseph and Michael finally arrive at the house. Timothy was tagging along so they could keep an eye on him. They did not want anyone else running off. Joe rushes to Conway and grabs him by the collar. "Where is she? Where is Brea?" he yells. Michael walked to the body covered by a sheet in the middle of the room. He bent down and studied the shape under the sheet. He knew by the hand that stuck out it was a Legendro. A fellow brother died. Michael did not want to see the condition he was in under the sheet. Instead, he just reached out and lightly touched his lifeless hand. Michael spoke a quick prayer in English and Hebrew before standing up. The sorrow in his heart was heavy. Michael felt as if he failed Alejandro. "She is not here. Look, whatever you guys want I will give it. My sister and her sideways dealings. Callie and her family. Everything." Conway told Joseph as Jason peeled the FBI agent off Conway. As Conway spoke, Diana was right behind him, out of sight. She growled to herself and did not venture any farther. She rushed out the house and started to walk back to her car. Her brother was going to turn on her, and she would leave before she herself was arrested. Before she reached her car, she noticed Tim sitting in the agent's back seat. Diana walked towards the car and made him roll down the window. Tim rolled the window and smiled up towards Diana. He knew her by name only. He had never had dealings with her. "I have some info for your FBI friends." Diana reached in her purse and took out the tape that Connor had retrieved for her, along with a few other documents. This should help in the case against him. She tossed them in the car before walking to her own. William held the door open for her before sliding in behind her. "Driver, take me to Dallas." Diana spoke harshly as she retrieved her cell phone. "What is going on?" William was clueless. "Conway is going to throw me under the bus, but not before I do him." Diana searched her home for a number, while the driver pulled out onto the road. "Who are you calling?" William asked. "The FBI, but they are in there." William was confused. "That is the Black Files Division. I am calling the White Crimes Division. I am cutting my own deal for security. Conway is not going to pull this crap with me. If blood means nothing to him, then fine." Diana cursed. "What about Mammon? What about him? I am not going back on my promise to serve him and the business. I am just not gonna roll over for Conway to screw me over. The business is mine. Whatever happened before I took over the business will fall on him and his people. Me and my true family, the Richards, will take over." Diana placed the phone to her ear and smiled. "Mr. Dale, please." Diana asked for the agent by name. "Whatever case they have," Diana spoke of Joseph and his crew, "it will be thrown out and given to the White Collar Division. I have people in that part of the agency. Meanwhile our coup we set up for a farce of a plan we had with my mother and uncle will become reality, Diana informed William. Of course, she did. Her family's money bought and paid off a lot of people and agencies. Back at the agency, the sorrow hung in the air as the office was quiet. Michael returned home to mourn a fallen judge as Joseph stayed behind at the office. The agent was so upset and angry about everything. He walked to his office and slammed the door shut. He ran a hand over his forehead and slid down to rest it on his mustache. Samara was at home, but she would be torn up about her friend missing, would have to call and break the news to her, but right now he had to try and find Brea, as well as smooth things over with his superiors. No doubt they would be calling and asking about the attack on a congressman by someone who was in his custody. The case they had built up was slowly falling apart, and Joseph felt helpless. He hated that feeling. It was the same feeling Ron gave him when he first started this division. He walked to his desk and began making phone calls to try and smooth things over. Tim stood in the empty office building sipping on a cup of coffee. Alejandro was dead. He was saddened, but he did not let it get to him. The thief could not afford such a luxury. It was business, and if he made everything personal, he would not have been a good thief as he was. His fingers reached in his pockets to feel the tape and papers Diana had given him. Tim had a few options. He could continue to help the feds and give them this info. It would have been what Alejandro wanted. Or he could have sold it to the highest bidder and get a ticket out of this place. They would for sure toss him in jail at this point. The only thing that was keeping him from the cell was the fact he was helping Alejandro get Conway. Al was dead and Conway was in custody. Tim knew it would not be for long, and the smaller fish like him would take the big fish's place. It was only a matter of time before Joseph would lock him up. As Timothy ran the scenarios in his head, a shadowy figure appeared to him. Or yes, the decision of the thief. For himself, or for the job. Mammon smiled as he stood beside Tim. Timothy was startled and jumped a bit at the sound of Mammon's voice. He never met the fallen angel, but he had seen his file. Timothy was not one to believe as deeply as the others in the supernatural and the superstitions. He dealt with them, yes, but he did not give it too much thought. It was just business and he didn't care if they identified as human or not. How about I give you another choice? Mammon continued as Timothy listened, gripping his cup of steaming coffee. I pay you for that tape and whatever else my dear Diana gave you. Mammon's words were soft and cunning. What tape? Timothy played dumb. I watched Diana give you something. I can only figure it is the tape she paid to get from that drug dealer. It was all she had on Conway, other than a few bank accounts anyway. I have something you will want more than that little tape you have tucked away in your pocket. Mammon smirked. Oh, and what is that? The Spaniard asked. El Dorado. Mammon let the name of the city spill from his lips like honey. Tim did his best not to show any emotion, but he was intrigued. His whole life the thief looked for the rumored city of gold. It is a myth. Tim looked the devil up and down in disbelief. Most myths have truths to them. The city is real, and I will give you the location for the contents of your pockets. How do I know I can trust you? Tim looked at him sideways. You don't, but at least you can be free of that burden, and a chance to escape this mess you are in. Plus I will give you 10 grand in cash right now on the spot to cover your trip out there. Mammon flashed a few stacks of cash. Tim's eyes lit up like a Christmas tree. The thief held his hand out to shake with Mammon's. The cash, the map of the location of the city. And a way out of here, safely, then I will give you the contents of my pocket. Timothy held his hand steady as the devil reached out and grabbed it. Mammon squeezed and his rings were cut into Timothy's hand. Before Timothy could blink, Mammon had teleported them out of the agency building and onto a private airstrip. Mammon let Tim's hand go and placed the money in the thief's hand. Timothy was a bit in disbelief at the fact he was just teleported like that. He was speechless as Mammon wrapped an arm around Tim's shoulders. Tim held on to the cash as Mammon walked him towards the private jet. The cash, and here is the map. Mammon placed a rolled scroll in his hands. This is your plane to take you south to South America. Now, your end of the deal, thief. Mammon held out his hand. Tim pulled himself out of the sort of daze he was in. He dug into his pocket and retrieved the tape and paperwork. He slapped them into Mammon's head with a smile. A deal is a deal. Tim retrieved his hand and counted the cash in his hands. Good luck, conquistador. Mammon saluted and bowed a bit to Tim before leaving him on the airstrip. Timothy had no idea what he meant by that, but he did not really care. He made his way up the plane's stairs and sat down. He then unrolled the scroll and studied the map as the plane readied itself to take off. Chapter 20. The next day, Joseph and Jason interrogate Conway. The information they received was needed for the case against him and his family, but the interview was cut short. A group of feds from the white-collar division stepped in and took over. The investigation of the Rosses was to be picked up by white-collar crime and Agent Dale. Joseph and Jason were highly upset. All the work they put into getting Conway locked up for his crimes practically meant nothing. The decision was part of the FBI, but not Joe's division. He dealt in the paranormal, and they told him to keep his nose where it belonged. Joseph was sent over the edge, and he almost punched one of the other feds. Jason had to hold him back. The agent had to give up any info he had on Conway, but he was able to keep the items on Mr. Mand or Mammon. Callie's case was also given to Agent Dale. He gave her a choice to confess and stay on his payroll or go to jail. Callie agreed to work with Dale and give up everyone involved with Conway. This included Trevor Hoffman. After Callie gave up the dealer, Trevor was arrested and sent to jail. However, when Trevor is arrested, he is placed by mistake in the supernatural jail. Dale knew exactly what he was doing. The crooked agent who worked for Diana knew that Trevor, being a human, would not last long in jail. His death would help cover up a lot of loose ends for the family. Diana wanted Conway to learn a lesson and take over the business, but Trevor and his dealing could be traced back to her with the whole Connor fiasco. As Trevor was pushed into a cell, he flew to the bars afraid. He had been to jail before, but never one filled with supernatural creatures. He did his best to avoid dealing with them on the outside, but now he was trapped in here with them. Each cell he had passed was filled with a bigger and meaner-looking creature. Some were humanoid and some full beasts. Trevor gulped hard as he finished screaming at the guard. He knew he was not getting out. He walked and sat on the bench of the holding cell. It was full of human-looking creatures. Trevor wondered if they were human like him. "You sat too close, mate," the pale man spoke up in an Irish accent beside Trevor. "I'm not your mate." Trevor tried to sound tough. "I'm just saying." The man shrugged and glared at Trevor. "With that accent I can barely understand you," Trevor's smart mouth continued. "Shut it, porcupine." The thin male puffed his chest up. "Says the man with a bad mohawk." Trevor looked him over. "At least I'm not pretending to be 20. Sid Vicious wannabe," the man hisses. "Are you done?" "Travis Bickle on crack," Trevor replied. "I don't smoke crack, not today." Face. The F word was covered up by someone else making a dolphin noise. Ugly F. Again, the F word used by Trevor now was covered up by a dolphin nose. "Is this SpongeBob?" Trevor asked, looking over to the prisoner doing noise and glares. "Not what your mom said," the pale man chuckled. Hey, Trevor yelled. You started, and he doesn't like cursing, that is why he does that. The man explained. I rather listened to him than you. Trevor huffs. The male slaps Trevor and Trevor holds his face. Trevor slaps him back, and the two proceed to slap each other. The others in the cell ignore the idiots. A guard walks up and screams at them. Knock it off, punks. Adam O'Grady. I warned you once. He hit the bars with his nightstick. Jesus. Adam cursed to himself. Why me? Trevor face palms. What did you do? Being an idiot and falling into your own trap. Adam asked. No, not really. Trevor replied. They caught me robbing blood banks. Adam sighed. Do I want to know? Trevor asked, glancing over at him. Adam gave an evil toothy smirk. His vampire teeth were pointy and shiny. Oh, Trevor, just don't say anything, mate. When the time comes, I will be out again, Adam confessed. Why not now? Trevor asked. The dealer wanted out of prison, and for a good reason. This place would be his grave. Maybe. Adam smiled and shrugged. I'm not in the mood to deal with Dracula's. The dolphin nose ran over his curse words, and Trevor blinked with his jaw clenched. That's offensive, Adam yelled. Why do you want out so bad? Oh, it is 'cause you are human, huh? It clicked for Adam. Oh yeah. Trevor's eyes went wide. He could not believe how dense this vampire was. He thought all vampires were like in the stories. Savage and scary, but this vampire was stupid. Trevor and Adam were stuck in the same cell. The two chatted about their life and a plan to escape this place. Adam agreed to help Trevor. He may have been undead, but he wasn't heartless. It was not the first time Adam had been in the jail, so he knew the guards and routine. The best time for them to try and break out was during feeding time or outside during recreation time. The two decided outside would be better. That night Trevor could barely sleep. The noises of the other creatures kept him up. Not only was this place stressful, but the fact Callie had ratted him out. She stabbed him in the back, and he hated her for that. Trevor would no doubt have to start from the bottom all over again. All those clients and business were most likely lost now, and not to mention his inventory. As soon as Trevor closed his eyes to sleep, the sound of the alarm went off. It was time for the night creature, including Adam, to go outside. Since Trevor was bunking with him, he had to go outside as well. Trevor knew if Adam and him didn't escape tonight, he would be something's snack. They formed a single file line and made their way outside. Other vampires and night creatures kept their eyes on Trevor. A few paid Trevor no mind. They just wanted out of their cages. Trevor pushed past a Sasquatch-looking thing and walked towards Adam. He had his arms crossed nervously as he glanced at Adam and then to the others outside. So, what is the plan? Trevor asked. Adam shrugged a bit. Trevor mimicked the shrug sarcastically. What does that mean? Trevor was getting upset. Chill out, you and your gel head will be out soon. Adam smacked him before walking away. The pale thin vampire made his way towards the Sasquatch creature. Trevor passed up and whispered something to him. He then walked to the werewolf male who was in his human form and pointed. Adam then goes around whispering stuff to the others before making his way back to Trevor. What did you tell them? Trevor asked with his arms crossed out of anxiety. That the other guy was talking smack about them. This place is a powdered keg. Adam chuckled. Another vampire walked past, and Adam tripped him. The vampire landed into the Sasquatch creature. Sasquatch yelled and picked up the vampire and tossed him. He landed on the werewolf male. The male's eyes went yellow as he growled. His skin stretched as he started to shift into this wolf form. The two fought and bumped into another pair of creatures. They also began to fight, and the yard was not a riot. While the guards run to break them up, Adam whistles and sneaks away to the fence. He takes his shoe off and throws it at the electric fence. He tested for a weak spot and found one. He then started to peel the wiring apart. Trevor was watching the whole scene before turning to see Adam. The guards were too busy dealing with the frightening creatures to even notice Adam. Adam put his shoes back on and squeezed through the hole he made. He then called for Trevor to follow. Trevor was almost as skinny as the vampire, although he did get hung up a bit. Adam grabbed Trevor's arm and unwedged him out from the fence. The two then took off running into the desert. The place was like Area 51. The supernatural jail was hidden in the Texas desert, but the guards were on shift change, plus with it being a new jail, the breakout would not be found until later that night. The system they used for the supernaturals was new, being only a few years old, so all the kinks were still being worked out. In the past the creatures were just killed by the judges or hunters, but they knew and upcoming laws, those by Conway, would protect the creatures. Most hunters or chasers went rouge, while the other half agreed to work with the laws like the judges. The only reason the judges adhered to the laws was the fact they wanted to help the other governments as well as not be branded as villains. They also knew they had to get along with the public, since the creatures were coming into the public's eyes. The frail relationship with the FBI and other governments were a must for the control of the supernatural beings. The judges, however, did fear that one day the evil side would rise up and convince the humans that they were in fact there to help, and the judges were the true enemy. It was only a matter of time, but in the meantime the judges would do their best to stand in the gap between the evil and humans of this world. The creatures didn't stay in the dark like in ages past. Now they were out in the open and growing strong. As the two walk in the moonlight, they plan their next move. Trevor told Adam what he did for a living and how he ended up in the situation he was in. They both agree to go into business together and head north to start new, but Trevor needs to get a few things from the people who owed him. The two ran to the nearest town, and Trevor called his contact. The contact picked them up and brought them to his house. Trevor needed the guy to go to his apartment and get his things so they could head north. The contact agreed and left him there with his partner. The partner of the contact did not trust Trevor. "Where are you going?" The man with the gold teeth smacked on his cereal as he asked Trevor and Adam. "I already told your buddy. Do not worry about us. We will be gone soon." Trevor growls. "You told him, not me." The man was poking them for info and to get them to snap. Trevor glares at the man. He hated posers and people with gold teeth. "He went to the jewelry store to get you some toothpaste." Adam spit out. "Your guy owes me. Once he gets my stuff I am gone." Trevor spoke as he glared at the man. "How do I know you are not feds?" Trevor just gave him a really look. "I am in an orange jumpsuit." Trevor yelled. So, you idiot, we just busted out." Adam was getting cranky and hungry. "Let me eat him." Adam whispered to Trevor. "No, we need to lay low." Trevor spat out. "Prove it." The man spoke over the whispering too. "What?" Trevor asked with furrowed brows. "Prove it, take a hit." The man pointed to the cocaine on the table along with a bag of speed pills. No, why would Trevor wanted to protect, but Adam took the cocaine and sniffed the whole thing. He then drowned the whole bag of pills. The man stared wide-eyed. "That was a whole speed. Dude, you are going to die." The man stared wide-eyed. "Better than having to listen to you." Adam chuckled. "Oh, look at those teeth." Trevor added. They fist bumped and watched the man freak out. The contact finally arrived back with Trevor's things. Adam and Trevor changed and gathered themselves. Trevor gave a few $100 to buy the old car in the backyard. The contact then bid them farewell. Trevor and Adam then made their way to Chicago and away from the reach of the congressman. Chapter 21. Brea escapes in the car that Alejandro boosted and made her way toward the only place she knew of her hometown of Fort Worth. It was just outside of Dallas. Even though her family was dead and she had to evade the law, it was the only place Brea knew to go to. If she tried to go back to Mexico, they would for sure pick her up. Yet again the young woman did not know what to do. Brea just wanted to see her hometown one last time. It was possible she would be able to stay in her old room, but it was wishful thinking. For sure the Rosses would have a SWAT team there to look for her. Her thoughts often went back to the horrible sight of her friend's death. He died because of her. Everything the image would flash in her memory, she let out tears. The woman was lost and now alone and on her own. No way would the feds help her now. They gave Brea a deal and she broke it. Brea pulled into her old neighborhood and parked across the street of the old house she grew up in. It had a for sale sign in front of it, and it looked empty. Brea didn't take any chances, so the young woman fell asleep in the car. Brea would figure something out in the morning, but right now she just needed sleep. She just prayed her dreams would not haunt her, but that was wishful thinking. Brea sat up as the afternoon sun showed on her face. She glanced around to see if anyone was around or watching her, but the coast was clear. This street was quiet as a row of for sale signs littered the yards. Brea figured this whole block was empty and figured she could peek inside her old home. Brea exited the car and made her way to the house. As she did, memories of her playing in the yard with friends played over in her mind. Each step brings her back to her happy past. The memories, however, were bittersweet. Brea made her way inside. Each room held so many memories they were almost overwhelming. She passed through the kitchen where they spent many nights preparing family meals. Brea then made her way into the living room and glanced around. She could still remember the smell of the candles her mother used to burn and the laughter she and her friend created as they played. Her eyes wandered to the stairs. There she relived the memory of her first homecoming and her mother and father taking so many photos. The house was empty, but she could still picture every piece of furniture that used to be in that house. Brea decided not to go upstairs. She did not want to see her old room. The memories of the past were getting overwhelming. The young woman knew she could not stay there long. No doubt they would look here for her. Brea did one last sweep of the kitchen before walking back to the car. She kept her guard up as she slid inside the vehicle, making sure no one was watching or following her. Brea then started the car up and drove into the town. Brea knew she had to keep a low profile, but she also needed to figure out where to hide out. On top of that, Brea's stomach let her know she was starving. Brea pulled into a small shopping area and parked in the back of the lot. She then made her way out of the car and towards the shops that were nestled in the area. A lot had changed since she lived there. The shops all had changed except the karate dojo on the far left. It was her same dojo she had attended in high school, and to her surprise it was still open. Curiosity trumped her hunger as Brea walked by the dojo. She peeked inside to see only one person inside. A blond male dressed in a black guy with a tiger on the back stood on the mats in the middle of the room practicing. His back was facing her, so she was not able to see his face. Brea could not help but to push open the door and make her way inside. The bells alerted the male someone entered the dojo, and he slowly turned to face Brea. Brea glanced over the small dojo with a warm smile. Not much had changed since she was there. The only difference was the new photos and trophies that hung along the wall. Her eyes settled on the man a few feet in front of her, and to her surprise it was someone she knew. "Sorry ma'am, we are closed. If you want your kid to attend, just grab a brochure and call tomorrow," the man explained. Dusty. Her eyes went wide. Dustin's face was twisted in confusion. He did not know the woman. He was hoping she was not a Karen here to argue about something. He looked at her sideways, as if he were almost checking her out. She was an attractive young woman, he thought to himself. Dustin watched the afternoon sun rays dance on her light brown skin. "Dustin Killian is my name, yes. Can I help you?" he asked, speaking sweetly to the young woman. She was only a few years younger than him. Brea was a bit frustrated he did not remember her. "It is me, Brea," she spoke up in a harsh tone. The length of time it was taking him to remember her was making her angry. The orphan Brea reminded him of the name he used to call her, and then it clicked. Brea. Brea Cooper. Dustin tilted his head a bit as he looked over towards her. His serious face slowly faded into a warm smile. He was older than she remembered him, but he still had a boyish smile about him. Brea walked closer in disbelief as her old high school bully was standing before her. Although he had a smile, his blue eyes were weathered and showed sadness. Brea did not know exactly what to say or even do. She just stood there dumbfounded as she looked him over. Dustin did the same. The only thing that could be heard was the faint radio that was playing 80s music in the background. Dustin finally broke the silence between the two. "Geez, Brea. It has been what, 15 years? Wow. You look great." He smiled as he took a step towards her. Brea's eyes shifted downward for a moment as he took a step towards her. She almost did not know what to say. Dustin, her old bully, was being nice to her. In high school he tormented her with name-calling and hair-pulling. Dustin stopped when he noticed her looking downward. "What brings you around?" he asked, trying to make small talk. "I am not sure really, maybe just taking a trip down memory lane. I noticed this place was still open and came to check it out." Brea replied, looking around the room trying to avoid eye contact with Dustin. "Yeah, I am running it now. When the sensei died, it went on sale." Dustin could tell she was uncomfortable. Brea felt sorry for him. It looked as if he had a hard life like she did, and the power and fear he once held over her faded. "Hey look. I know we have bad history together, but I want to say sorry about all that. I was a mean kid. You didn't deserve that." Dustin apologized. In normal circumstances, Brea would have probably told Dustin off for all the hard years she endured because of him, and finally stood up for herself, but she decided to take the high route. She gave him a warm smile in return. There was no use in arguing and bringing up the hurtful past, not right now anyways. Brea didn't like it, but Dustin was all she had left in life. Her parents were dead. Alejandro was dead, and now she was on the run from the feds. The only thing left of her life was an old high school bully. She had no one else and needed help. Dustin was the only thing left she had in her life, and even if he was a bully, it seemed now he had changed. Everyone deserves a second chance. Her stomach rumbled loudly, and Dustin glanced down at it. "Can I buy you lunch? And we can talk. If not, I would still like to buy you some food." Dustin smiled. The two exited the dojo and walked a few stores down the small hamburger restaurant. Brea was reluctant at first to drag Dustin into her situation, but the young woman was all alone. The two sat picking at their fries silently before Dustin opened his mouth to speak. "I know I was a douche to you in school, But I want you to know I really am sorry. I was going through things in life. I know it is not an excuse, but it was the truth. You still didn't deserve it, and I am sorry," Dustin explained. He did not know why, but it was as if he needed to make things right with Brea. Everyone else in his life gave up on him and expected him to be dead in a couple years. His family turned their back on him, and his old friends from school moved on with their lives. All he had was his dojo and the few kids who trickled in from time to time. It was nice to sit and speak with someone. Brea nodded as she accepted his apology. "So, what have you been up to?" he asked. "I don't think you really want to know," Brea confessed as she stuffed a fry in her mouth. "No, I really do. Tell me your story." Dustin smiled over at her. "You first, Karate Kid." She grins. Dustin took a sip of his drink before explaining his life to Brea. Dustin Killian grew up in a hard household. His father was abusive and a drunk. He beat up his mother and him often. He took his anger out on people at school and was the bully. He joined karate as a young teen to escape the dread of home and became a pro at it. He was the best in his class and participated in championships. When Dustin's mother died, it wrecked his life. He went to juvenile prison for a few years for almost killing his father due to him finally fighting back. When Dusty finally got out, he finished high school and quickly moved out of his home. However, much like his father, Dustin had picked up the bottle and started drinking heavily. Dustin was in a low-paying job, and all he did was drink and work. He was depressed and suicidal until one day he passed up his old karate dojo. It was up for sale, and Dustin decided to buy it. He needed to get his life together and wanted to get back to what he enjoyed doing. Karate gave him focus and a sense of purpose. Dustin soon went to AA and sobered up. The low life changed his ways and focused on running the dojo. It was his passion and his way of helping not only himself but others who would join. Dustin made a life-changing decision and now helps other problem kids when he can. Brea listens to Dustin intently. When he finished his story, he watched her and waited. She was reluctant to tell him. If she did, it meant he would be in her mess. It would mean he could lose everything he worked hard for. She even warned Dustin. "If I tell you, Dustin, things can go wrong and happen to you. I am not safe. You could lose everything you worked hard for and end up in jail with me." Dustin looked at her sideways as if he did not believe her. "I am serious, Dustin. I am in hot water. Just trust me," he smiled. "The last person I trust ended up dead. Plus, I barely know you. I only somewhat know you from my high school days, and those were not pleasant." She sighed deeply. "Brea, just tell me." He crossed his arms and waited for her to speak. Brea sat quietly for a few more moments trying to figure out where she should start. In no time she was spilling her life story as well to Dustin. From the death of her parents, to the threat to move to Mexico, up until the recent fiasco with Conway and the death of Alejandro. When she finished her story, the sun had begun to set. Dustin was speechless. Brea had been through a lot of heartache and pain. Brea wipes away a tear from her face as she turns from him. Dustin placed a hand on her to let her know he was there. "I am sorry, Brea. If I can help in any way, I will." He removed his hand to not make her feel unformidable. "I need a place to crash. Just until I can. You can stay at my place, or at the dojo," Dustin replied before she could finish. Brea gave him a faint smile. "Thank you. The dojo will be fine." Brea did not want to intrude on his life any more than she already had. Plus, she didn't know if he had a wife or girlfriend. That was the last thing she needed, was an upset woman thinking she was with her man. The two left the restaurant and made their way back to the dojo. Dustin led her to the back room where he kept storage. He pulled a cot from the storage closet and set it up for her. He then grabbed a pillow and some sheets. Brea wondered why he had all this here, but he told her before she could ask. Before I was on my feet, I used to crash here. Now I have an apartment a few blocks away. Dustin explained as he set her up so she could sleep there. Brea watches him silently, keeping a faint smile on her face. Dustin finished up and left her for the night. She retrieved her bag from the car and tried her best to settle in. The next morning, Brea peeled herself off the cot and walked to the doorway that led the front of the dojo. She watched silently as Dustin practiced his moves in front of the large mirrors. He was posed and fluid. His movements were slow, but she could see his muscles flexing as he punched and kicked the air. Brea thought she should get him to continue her training, but shrugged the thought off. She turned and walked out the back exit. She needed to get some fresh air. The door closed behind her and she walked off the concrete and onto the grass. Brea kept her eyes on the small, wooded area behind the building. Brea closed her eyes for a moment to take in the fresh air and peace, but it was short-lived. Well, this was easy. A deep male's voice came from the right side of her. Brea's eyes shot open to see herself surrounded by 5 guys. They were rough-looking and no doubt they were either Conway's lot or Mammon. Brea's fight mode kicked inches she could not run, so she screamed a battle cry and punched the one in front of her with all her might. The man fell backwards. She then roundhouse kicked the one on the side of her, but Brea knocked on the back of the neck by another. Brea hits the ground hard and groans. Her thick black curls covered her eyes as she laid face first in the ground trying to breathe. Suddenly she heard the back door open and Dustin yells at the men. She was not going to let anyone else die because of her. Brea peels herself from the ground. She stood up. She watched Dustin fighting with the 4 remaining men. One went to jump him from behind, and Brea grabbed him by the collar, spun him around, and punched him in the throat. She then kneed him in the gut and the guy fell to the ground. Dustin kicked one man back and spun around to kick the other who advanced in the face. Brea ran towards Dustin and placed her back against his. "I see you remember some of your training," Dustin asked. A little. Brea spoke as she watched the men who were down slowly get back up. Their eyes flashed black, and Brea knew they were not human. Dustin cursed as he was a bit in shock at their eyes. "They must be demons or something." "Good guess, sweetheart. Mammon sent us to finish the job Conway started." The main guy spoke up. "Another boyfriend that gets killed for you." Another laughed. "Alejandro was my friend, a judge and a hero." Brea hisses. The one guy flashed his fangs. "Vampire," Brea thought. Brea kept her hands up and waited for the thing to advance. The men or creatures ran towards the two. Dustin blocked a punch and grabbed the man's wrist. He twisted it and used his leg to kick the other man coming toward him in the chest. Brea dodged the vampire claws and used her elbow to smack him in the face. She pushed him aside and went to punch the other man coming at her. The man dodged her punch and wrapped his arms around her neck. Brea slammed her foot on his foot and then used the back of her head to bust him in the nose. Brea then used her foot to kick him in the gut. She then brought his head down on her knee. Dustin proceeds to fight the last man. He finally knocked him down, but they did not stay down. Dustin let an annoyed could escape his throat as he watched them all slowly get off the ground. "Brea, go. Get out of here." He yelled at her. "No." Brea huffed and walked back to place her back towards his back. As the pair readied themselves for a third wave, bullets rang out from the tree line. Dustin instantly covered Brea with his body. Brea gripped onto his guy's shirt and closed her eyes. The bullets struck the 5 men, killing them. When the dust settles, Brea opened her eyes to see a few men exit from the tree line. Dustin slowly let go of Brea and stood up straight. Brea let go of Dustin slowly and looked down at one dead guy at her feet. Dustin looked at the dead men and then towards the 3 walking towards them. He raised his fist slowly to continue to fight if needed. "At ease, mate." The main male spoke up in a Cockney accent. He stood in front of Brea and Dustin as his other 2 men walked to the others on the ground, making sure they were dead. Jonathan Darby, head chaser in these parts. He held out his hand. "Chaser?" Brea asked as she looked over the man in front of her. His shoulder-length black hair was in a messy bun. He was tan with a short beard and wore sunglasses along with military gear. The other guys checking the dead were dressed the same. One was Asian and the other was an African American. "We are like hunters of the supernatural." He spoke. "Like the black file agent and the judges?" she asked. "Kinda. We are more underground. Those blokes play by the rules and laws. We, however, do not. We see the supernatural and take care of them," Jonathan explained. Dustin was speechless and confused. It showed on his face as he looked around at everything. "You 2 held your ground well, I have to say." Jonathan smiled at them before continuing. "You the Brea dame they are looking for?" he asked. "Yes. It was only a matter of time before Mammon and his crew found me." "Well, they won't be the last. Best be coming with us. We can help you. Plus, you look like you could hold up your own." Jonathan glanced back towards his men. They were gathering the bodies to dispose of them. Brea was torn. She wanted to go. They could help her and train her to take the creatures after her down, but Dustin had offered to help. Brea did not want to endanger Dustin anymore. "You can come to mate. Be better off with us. They got your scent and place marked now. Safer with us. Plus, you 2 look like you can hold your own. Would make a good addition to the crew." Jonathan spoke up. Dustin glanced down at Brea and then back towards his dojo. He sighed deeply and nodded. "All right." "What?" "No, Dustin, you don't have to uproot your life because of me." Brea shook her head. "It is all right, Brea. This place is gone under. No one wants to learn karate anymore. Kids are too worried about video games. Plus, you need some help, and he said this place is marked. I don't want kids to be at risk," he explained. "It is all my fault. I'm so sorry." Brea cursed. It was her fault he was in this mess. She should have never involved him. "Calm down, Brea. I owe you." "No, you don't. You do not owe me anything. You were a kid and that was the past. You don't have to go your whole life trying to pay me back for being a jerk to me growing up." "All right, I might not, but I did promise to help you." Dustin rose a brow. "The last guy who said that ended up dead." "Well, I'm not him." "No, he was a judge. He had powers." "I have the power of karate." Dustin made a corny joke. Brea would have laughed, but she was so upset over the whole situation. "Dustin, no." Brea went to continue to tell him no, and he got upset. "Look, I told you I was going to help you. Now you either shut up about it and get over it or continue to whine. Either way, I'm coming." He barked at her. Brea rose a brow at his stern voice. "I will send my guys later to pick you up," Jonathan informed them before turning to help the others gather the bodies. Dustin turned and walked back inside the dojo. Brea followed him. "You are not coming, Dusty." Brea huffed. "You are not my mom," he replied as he grabbed a bag. He then started to toss his clothes and extra guys inside. I won't have your death on my conscience as well. Brea put her hand on her hips. Dustin tossed a guy at her face to try and shut her up. She grabbed it before it hit the ground. She opened it up to see the orange tiger face on the back of the shirt. It is Sensei. Dustin spoke as she walked toward the front. Excuse me. Brea followed. You need training, your form is sloppy. He put the open sign to close and turned off the lights. Brea, counting, wrapped her head around what he was saying. He was speaking about her fighting stance and not saying anything about the fact he is uprooting his life to go chase monsters. All this was because of her. You can either keep beating yourself up over the past mistakes, or push forwards and change the situation. Overcome, adapt. We fought vampires and demons just now. There is no going back to normal after that. Dustin stood in front of her. It is my decision. You can come with me or stay on the run all your life. Your choice. Brea's soft hazel eyes met his blue ones. The two just stared at each other for a moment. Brea turned away and went towards the back where her bag was, leaving Dustin standing alone. Fine. She called from the back as she packed her bag. Dustin smirked and walked to the back to meet her. Chapter 22. Right smack in the middle of the Amazon. That is where the map leads Timothy. Many over centuries have looked for the lost city of gold, but none was successful. Hear me out, I may have found the map to El Dorado, were the last words he spoke to his ex, Eve, before flying out here. Timothy did not explain the whole situation with Mammon. He only offered her a seat on the plane to ride out with him, but she preferred her books and her studies. Plus, Eve had no idea what to do in a jungle. Egypt was full of sand and sun, not rain and trees and bugs. She feared bugs, and it often made Tim chuckle. He did not fancy them either, but he dealt her with them. He had to. Every tomb was crawling with them. It came with the territory, but Tim did hate roaches. Poe glanced out the window of the small plane as it passed over the emerald sea of trees. The Amazon River carved a path through them as it made its way towards the ocean. He had been to this side of the world plenty of times, but never in search of the lost city. Rumor had it that it was in the middle jungle under the ground. A large hollow place in the earth was where it was rumored to be. The legend of El Dorado was about a fabulously wealthy city of gold and the king who ruled over it. The story sprang up shortly after the first Spanish explorers landed in Central and South America. Local people told tales of a rich king who plastered his body with gold dust and then dived into a sacred lake to wash it off. Afterward, he would toss gold into the lake as an offering to the gods. The Spanish called the king El Dorado the Gilded One because his body was gilded or covered in gold. As the tale spread, the city he ruled came to be called El Dorado. Eventually, the meaning of the name changed to include any mythical region that contained great riches. An early version of the El Dorado legend placed the city near Lake Guatavita, not too far from modern Bogotá, Colombia. The story was based on the Muisca people who performed a ceremony like that in the legend. The Muisca king, covered with gold dust, boarded a raft in the lake and made offerings to the gods. Both Spaniards and Germans searched the region in 1538, but failed to find El Dorado. They looked in a number of other places as well. Local inhabitants usually claimed that El Dorado was somewhere far away in the hope that the Europeans would search elsewhere and leave them in peace. Men as famous as Sir Walter Raleigh spent years in South America looking for legendary golden cities such as Manila and Omagua. Other places mentioned in stories were Pititi, a land of gold located in Paraguay, and the city of the Caesars, an invisible golden city in Chile. Several bloody expeditions were launched to find these imaginary kingdoms. One of the most tragic was led by a rebel soldier named Lope Duraga, a brutal madman who proclaimed himself king and was murdered by one of his followers. El Dorado made its way into literature. In Candide, a novel by the French writer Voltaire, the main character accidentally discovers the rich city. Edgar Allan Poe's poem El Dorado refers to the legend, as does Paradise Lost by English poet John Milton. The plane landed outside a tiny village that bordered the tree line of the jungle. Tim removed his backpack and other bags as he made his way through the village. It would be a lone adventure. If he found anything, he would be sure to come back with a team to excavate the place. You will die from your greed. It is a curse your ancestor had, and it has been passed down generations. Your ancestor was one of the Spaniards who invaded and killed the Aztec looking for El Dorado. The thief stopped and turned to face the old blind woman. Tim did not really believe in curses much. As many tombs and graves of rich pricks he robbed, never once had he come across a curse being true. He just waved his hand over at the old woman, blowing her off. Whatever you say. He rolled his eyes and walked off towards the trees. The words circled in his head as he pulled out his machete. I was midday, so Tim had plenty of time to make his way through the jungle. If he routed correctly, the mouth of the cave would be reached by dusk. He then would make camp and pick up the journey in the morning. If anything went wrong, however, he had backup plans. He had firepower, but if he fell into trouble, his satellite phone was at the ready. If that didn't work, a few contacts were to come looking for him if he didn't contact them in a few days. Tim was always prepared. He had to be in the line of work he was in. Always 3 or 4 steps ahead of the game. A couple miles in, Tim stopped and rested a moment. Tim took a swig from his canteen as he checked over his GPS. He was on track. Tim took another huge swig of water and replaced the cap on the canteen. He needed to keep hiking if he were to make his destination on time. His thoughts lead him back to his ex-Eve. In his own way he loved her, but because of the many trust issues he acquired over his lifetime, he would most likely never settle. Tim also thought about the fate Alejandro ended with. The man helped a senorita in need and ended up dead by the hand of a congressman. Timothy wanted no part of that madness, so he ditched the feds and took the devil's deal. He was young, dumb, and naive once like Alejandro. In the 90s, Tim caught feelings for this girl in London while he was helping her family acquire information on a rival family. A feud where he was stuck in between the families, but to be honest, he was really playing both sides. His career was taking off and he was not only helping the family to steal money and jewels, but information from their rivals. Long story short, the woman ratted Tim out to her family, and he was almost killed. They used him, she used him, and Tim learned to not trust anyone, especially not his own heart. However, with the honor among thieves, Tim never turned them in. Instead, he just moved back to his home country and picked up business there. Lifting his green cloth that sat around his neck, he wiped the sweat that dripped from his brow. He was used to hot, but this humidity was killing him. His hairline and forehead were soaked with beads of sweat as he hacked through the dense jungle. He would have liked someone to be there with him. Both so much as to converse, but more of someone to watch his back. The jungle was dangerous. Snakes, jaguars, and headhunters roamed the shadows. The journey alone was treacherous, but being alone on such a journey was even more dangerous. Tim reached the mouth of the cave just as the sun had set. He dropped his pack and stretched a bit. His body and feet were killing him. A whole day of non-stop hiking and whacking through the jungle was tedious. He sighed deeply and began to gather a few branches to make a fire. He was not one to be spooked, but something about that cave made him feel uneasy. The words the old woman had spoken ran through his mind like a hamster on a wheel. He just wanted to forget, but there it was turning in squeaking annoyance. Stupid superstitions. He huffed as he continued to light the fire. Sitting next to it, he grabbed a pack of beef jerky and ate while listening to the various sounds of the jungle nightlife. In the morning he would track down that cave and hopefully find the opening to El Dorado. That night flashes of gold and swords echoed in his dreams. A haze of crowds being slain by him and others dressed in conquistador armor. It was as if he was in someone else's body. He was watching the carnage through their eyes. The feeling and the anger along with greed bubble inside. He too had felt this before. On jobs when the payout was big. Tim was a thief, but not so much a mass murderer. He had his share of kills, but all were justified in protecting himself. In this dream, however, he was ruthless. Dropping his blood-stained sword to his side, the body he was in began to press their thumbs into an old woman's eyes. The screams made him wake from this dream, this nightmare, panting and gasping. What the heck was that? It was so real, as if he were there himself doing it. Dawn began to break over the trees, and the songbirds chirped in the distance. Tim's eyes watched the smoke curl from the dead fire beside him, trying to wrap his mind around that dream. He brushed it off to silliness as he stood up and gathered himself. A quick bite of powdered eggs before descending into the cave in front of him. The ominous blackness stared back at the thief, almost inviting him inside. Taking a deep breath, he contacted his contact, saying he was still alive before descending into the cave. It was dark and wet like most caves. He was just grateful it looked as if he would not need the climbing material he brought. He hated having to climb in the darkness. A couple hours later into the cave, Tim noticed a light up ahead. Finally, some good news, or so he thought. The brightness of the opening made it hard to see what was beyond, but Tim did not care. If it got him out of this cave, it was a relief. As he passed through the mouth of the cave and into the clearing, his clothes magically changed from cargo pants and a white shirt into silver armor like his dream. What in the? He asked out loud as he looked down at what he was now wearing. He then gazed up to see the landscape in front of him. A massive gold ziggurat jetted out from the middle of the foliage, surrounded by smaller buildings. Mountains and various trees circled endlessly around the city. It was as if he walked into another dimension. From a cave into another land. The sun reflecting off the gold city in front of him, causing him to squint. Tim raised his hand to his forehead, hoping it would help him see better. "I see you found what you were looking for." The old woman stepped out from beside him. The same one in the village and the very same one in his nightmare. Now Tim was not one to be into the supernatural or superstitious, but this was crazy. How the heck did this woman follow him? Why was she there? And what in God's name was he wearing? "Easy, conquistador," she hissed as she could tell his anxiety and agitation. Conquistadors came from all over Europe. Some were German, Greek, Flemish, and so on, but most of them came from Spain, particularly southern and southwestern Spain. The conquistadors typically came from families ranging from the poor to the lower nobility. The very high-born rarely needed to set off in search of adventure. Conquistadors had to have some money to purchase the tools of their trade, such as weapons, armor, and horses. Many of them were veteran professional soldiers who had fought for Spain in other wars, like the reconquest of the Moors, 1482 to 1492, or the Italian Wars, 1494 to 1559. Pedro de Alvarado was a typical example. He was from the province of Extremadura in southwestern Spain, and was the younger son of a minor noble family. He could not expect any inheritance, but his family had enough money to purchase good weapons and armor for him. He came to the New World in 1510 specifically to seek his fortune as a conquistador. You can leave. Resist the greed and redeem your family name. Or the woman paused. Poe rose a brow. Or what? Miss collecting a find of the century. The one who found El Dorado. Or I curse you with immortal life. Your ancestors I cursed with death and they all died horribly, but you I cursed with life. You and your line of greedy conquistadors forever trying to conquer and obtain what is not yours. Thieves! She screamed. How is immortal life a curse? He rose a brow. When everyone you love dies around you, leaving you alone and eventually wanting death, boy. Poe laughed hard and the woman was struck with confusion. I am already alone. I have no one I love. He shook his head. For a witch or whatever you are. You sorta suck at this now, excuse me. He walked past her and down the staircase towards the Gold City. You will regret this, conquistador. She screamed. Tim called in a few people he knew locally to help him out hauling a few things before leaving the city. He knew it would take many trips to get everything they had there. A few days later the men arrived in the local town, and they all ventured back into the jungle. Just a few more a bit further down, and we will run into the place. Poe spoke out of breath as he made his way down the entrance. The small crew and himself hiked through the forest and down the rocky cliffside. Poe pauses at the edge of the drop down into the entrance. It was a small ledge, maybe 10 feet drop to the rocky bottom. A stone staircase was carved along the side of the wall downwards towards the treasure trove. This is the place, huh? One of the guys spoke up as the other two looked around. Yeah, never knew about this. But before Tim could turn around and finish his sentence, he was shoved. A normal fall from that distance would not have killed someone, but the jagged rocks at the bottom did not help. All he felt was the hard thump and the warm blood seeping from the back of his skull. His eyes sighed and was fuzzy and turning back along with the numbness in his body. He could not move. Well, thanks for showing us the way. He has been looking for this place for years. The man chuckled and walked over the dying Poe. The other two followed and went into the room. Tim's eyes shot open as a ray of sunlight beams directly into his eyes. He sat up and gasped a bit. Death took him a moment. He reached to the back of his head and touched the half-wet, half-dried blood matted in his black curly hair. No wound, but a bloody mess. So, he could heal himself and come back from the dead. The curse of the old witch was true. He was immortal. Tim glanced towards the room in trance and heard muffled voices. They were still in there. He did his best to stand up and make his way towards the staircase. He was still a little dizzy and his head was pounding. Tim quickly, as quickly as he could, did his best to make his way up the stairs. A few bags of gold and other treasures sat at the opening of the cave. It looked like they had been busy while he was dead. His gain, their surprise and loss. At least they did not take his gun. Guess they didn't think a dead man with a gun could hurt them. They were wrong. Tim leaned against the rock wall beside the entrance and lit a cigarette. He needed it. He just died and was double-crossed. The three men walked out with backpacks filled. They bent down to pick up the ones they left on the ground, but was stopped by Poe's clapping. Wow, who would have thought? He laughed as the cigarette bounced off his lips. The men's eyes went wide in disbelief as they stared at Poe. Tim did not even give them time to talk or explain. He pulled out his gun and shot them all. Well, at least they did most of the work. He sighed and took out his phone. Hey, I need some help. He was still hurting and winched in pain again. This time he would call a person he could trust and not the local trash. Chapter 23. Conway was blaring on the agency building's TV as Joe watched in fury. He gripped the TV remote so hard, Michael thought he was going to break it. The agent watched the congressman on the TV lying about all the cases against him to the local news. He also brought up the laws he would address to be signed. Laws that would grant supernatural rights as well as other lax bills for the supernatural business. Joseph cursed in Spanish as he paced back and forth. The agent was highly upset over the lies being spoken, as well as the fact he lost the case on Conway. The Rosses case went to the Wit Crime Division due to Conway and Diana buyouts, no doubt. They had FBI agents on their payroll, not to mention he was a congressman. He was practically untouchable. Joseph turned the TV off and tossed the remote on the break room table. It slid and Michael stopped it from going off the table with his foot. "Now what?" Michael asked. Joseph ran his hand over his mustache and short stubble on his face. "I don't know. Anthony is checking out the breakout from the prison. Adam and Trevor escaped. Wilson is out south on a chupacabra case. Carrie is west on the Vampire Coven case. Gail and Tony are on that ghost town case. Nick, Jesse, and Brian are all out doing some cases I can think of. That leaves me and you to go after Mammon." Joe fussed and clenched his jaw. "Like old times." Michael chuckled, trying to lighten the mood. Joseph just gave Michael a look without saying a word. Before Joe could open his mouth to complain some more, his phone rang. "Hello, Brea. Where are you?" Joseph continued to speak to Brea. Michael took his feet off the table and sat up straight as his mood shifted to a serious one. "It is best since we don't have the case anymore. You would be in danger here," Joseph explained. Michael had no clue what they were talking about. "No, it is all right. Just stay safe, Brea. I will tell Samara you called." "Okay, bye." Joseph put his phone in his pocket and put his hands on his hips. "You gonna spill the beans peanut ahead or what?" Michael asked, wanting to know. "Brea is with Jonathan Darby and the Chasers." He ignored the Pinata comment. "I know John. He is a good guy. A little extreme, but Brea should be fine with them," Michael explained. "One last thing to worry about." Joseph thought out loud. "Fallen angels are tricky to handle. I need to upgrade our weapon and make a few others." Michael chuckled. "Samara said I should make a holy grenade." Michael laughed out loud at the thought. Joe rose a brow and shook his head. "Like for Monty Python." He blinked a couple times, but he was not surprised. Samara came up with the weirdest things, but he loved his little weirdo. "Yeah. I also need to make you a melee weapon like a knife or something." Mike stood up from his seat slowly as he was in deep thought. "You do that. I need to go finish my report on Brea and give it to Sam." Joe sighed. "When we finish our tasks, then we can come up with a game plan on Mammon. Probably get that sheriff in on it too," Michael said before leaving the break room. Fredericksburg, Mammon glared down at Conway. The campaign office was buzzing as workers answered phone calls and sent out email and other information through social media. Conway sat at his desk looking up at his master. "I really don't like how you handled things. Diana is now off with her mother's company. It still belongs to me, but now it puts a rift with you too," Mammon complained. "Also, that Italian girl, I believe she is working with the feds now." "Yeah, the feds we own. Agent Dale is on the payroll, so do not worry about them. At least we don't have the Black Files down our throat." "Oh, the judges and Black Files agents are still watching us. Don't think twice, they are not," Mammon warned. "And Natalie, I warned you about the Russians. With you sleeping with that Cali girl and entertaining the Italians, it is for sure going to cause waves. Mammon continues to warn Conway about pissing off the Russians. Conway grins as he stands up from his seat. Don't worry, Mammon. I will handle it. Calm down. Mammon looked at him sideways. I have been alive before the world was formed. I know how humans work. I also have many familiar spirits on my side whispering things about what is going on. The Russians are like angry wasps right now with your name in the news. Mammon slammed his hand on the desk and pointed at Conway. You better fix this. I don't need them against us on top of everything that is going on. Mammon then stood up straight and adjusted himself. I will handle it. Conway spoke in a firm tone. Mammon brushed his hair back and looked Conway up and down. You better. He hisses and teleports out the room. Conway arrived home and slowly walked upstairs. He had invited Nat back from Dallas before this whole FBI disaster started. He wanted to tell her the engagement was off, but he had not had the chance to. He figured this whole time she was in the house, but when he walked to her room, it was empty. Nat had in fact left Conway. The congressman only finally noticed after 2 days she was gone. Conway noticed a small note written in her handwriting saying bye. Conway was relieved. He quickly made a phone call to his Russian contact. The call was short. Conway quickly told them the deal is off because Natalie left. He then hung up and smiled to himself. To avoid him being blamed, Conway blamed Natalie for breaking the deal. He was able to weasel out of the whole thing, and this made him incredibly happy. Now Conway could focus on his campaign and getting the laws signed for not only himself but his supernatural allies. Natalie knew she would be in hot water for leaving Conway, however she did not care. She did not care for the congressman and was tired of being used by him and her family. The redhead knew she needed help to escape, so she contacted the only person she knew who could help, her old friend Samara. The two women had gone to college together. Nat was there to become a lawyer while Sam took computer classes. One day the young Russian needed help with her laptop and approached Sammy. Ever since then the two were close friends. After Samara's family died, the blonde left to join the crowd. Samara kept in contact, but Natalie had to stop. When her family forced her to go with Conway, they took full control over her. Nat was a prisoner and could not speak to anyone. Now that she broke free from her prison, she needed help staying free. Natalie heard rumors that Sammy worked with Black Files, so she bought a burner cell and gave the agency a call. Morgan. Samara picked up the phone as she clicked away on her keyboard. Sam? Natalie asked to make sure it was really her. Yes, who is this? Sam asked. It is me, Natalie. Sama stopped typing. The blonde was shocked that her old friend was calling her. Nat. Oh my God. How are you? What have you been doing? I haven't heard from you in forever. Samara bombarded her with questions. Yeah, I am sorry about that. It was not my fault. Hey, can we meet somewhere? I need help. Somewhere public, but quiet? Natalie asked. The redhead was afraid Samara would decline. Sure, meet me at the downtown Austin library. She asked. I will be there in 2 hours. Natalie hung up and made her way to the bus station. 2 hours. Sam walked into the library with huge sunglasses on and a ridiculous outfit on. Samara had to sneak out of the agency. She did not want the guys involved. Nat had just asked for her, and plus the others were drowning in their own problems. Sam did not want to add to it. She was trying to not look like herself as she met Nat. The blonde spotted the redhead in the far back table. Her flame-colored hair stuck out like a sore thumb. Samara jogged and slid into a seat across from Nat. The two women smiled and held hands. "It is so good to see you again." Samara tried to keep quiet. "I know, it has been so long." Nat squeezed her friend's hand. "Are you okay? What is going on?" Samara wanted to know everything. Nat glanced down at the table as her smile faded. "I am so sorry, Samara. It was not my fault for not staying in touch." Honesty. Natalie then glanced up and proceeded to tell Sam everything. 20 minutes later, Nat finished her story. "Conway. He is so hot, but he is trash," Samara blurted out. She then covered her mouth and looked around to make sure no one heard her. She then reached again and patted her friend's hand. "Don't worry, Nat, I will help you." The blonde smiled and retrieved her laptop from her satchel. She opened it up and cracked her fingers. "So, where would you like to relocate?" Samara asked as she clicked away on her laptop. "You can do that?" Natalie asked. "My dear Ed, I have government and count access. I can do anything." Samara chuckles evilly. "New York," Nat blurted out. "All right, let me see what I can do." Samara worked feverishly to help her friend transfer from her college here in Dallas to New York. She had to make it anonymously and cover her tracks. Nat was on the run from the Russians and most likely Conway's people. Samara sent her credits to the law school in New York and set her up there with a place to stay. A judge friend of Sam's would keep an eye on Nat so she could remain safe. Sam would even send the Russians after a fake clue that would make them exit the country for a while looking for Nat. This was also Nat could keep going to school and finish her degree. Nat knew Conway did not care if she was around or not. He himself will not bother to look for her, but Nat was worried about her family. Samara put her friend's mind at ease. "Judge Amy Gillies is a good friend. She works with the Black Files there in New York. She will keep an eye on you. Her husband runs the Black Files there," Samara explained as her fingers clicked furiously on her laptop. "Thank you, Sam. I appreciate it." A hint of sadness was in her voice. "I just wish I would have never been forced to get into all this mess. I really miss our friendship." Her Russian accent was thick as she tried not to tear up. "Oh girl, we are still friends, best friends. I will keep in contact with you. Do not worry. Plus, I need a maid of honor." Samara grins. Nat's eyes went wide. "You are engaged?" Natalie smiled and looked at Samara's engagement ring. "Yes. He is the commissioner of the Black Files here in Austin." Samara explained and showed her a picture of them together. "I am so happy for you, Sam. You deserve it." Natalie smiled warmly at her friend. "You deserve happiness too, Nat. No one should be used and forced to marry trash like that congressman. Sexy trash man. He will get his in the end," Samara cursed in Spanish while glancing back at her laptop, mumbling. Samara then printed out everything Nat needed for her trip. "Here are your plane tickets, lodging info, and everything else needed. I will get one of my guys at the agency to accompany you to the airport, so there are no problems. Amy will pick you up in New York and get you settled in." Nat took the paper and stuffed it in her purse. The two women continued to catch up and relive the old days of college. The hour-long conversation was interrupted by Joseph calling Samara's cell. Joe needed her back at the office. Samara frowns and hangs up the phone. "Well, Nat, I have to go. You better call or text me every day now." She pointed to Nat wearing a smirk. "I promise." The women stood up and hugged each other one last time. They said their goodbyes and Samara walked out the library, leaving Nat alone. The redhead waited a few more minutes before leaving herself. Nat caught a taxi and headed to the airport. She looked forward to starting her life over. Chapter 24. A week later. This day was the day. Michael and Joe headed out to Fredericksburg, and with the help of Jason, they would make their move on Mammon. They knew Mammon would not be alone. The fallen angel would have an entourage of creatures as guards. It would only be the three of them since Jason did not want to risk his men. Anthony was still looking for Adam and Trevor, and the other agents were off on other cases still. Joseph made Samara stay behind to watch over the office, while he and Mike took care of the fallen angel. Plus, Joe knew it was too dangerous for her. The mission almost seemed like a suicidal one, but it had to be done. The fallen angel had to be taken down. Joe promised Jason to help him, and he would do just that. As Joseph drove towards the sheriff's station to pick up Jason, Michael sat in the passenger seat going through the bag of weapons he brought. Michael pulled out a gold-round grenade-looking object. Joe did a double take at the thing that sat in Michael's hand. "Are you serious?" Joseph asked. "What?" Michael looked over at Joe. Joe watched the road, but every now and then he glanced over at Michael. "You really made a holy grenade?" Joe rose a brow and glanced at the gold ball. "Yeah, dude. It took me a while to figure out how to, but it should work. Turn it here and wait a few seconds, then boom." Michael was smiling gleefully at his handiwork. Joseph rolled his eyes as he drove onward. "I just don't like going in there without a plan." Joe ran a hand through his dark hair, messing it up a bit. "Just have to have faith, man. Just have faith." Michael continued to go through his bag. 40 minutes later, Joseph pulled up at the police station and waited for Jason to come out. The sheriff exited the side door dressed in civilian clothes. He wore jeans and an 80s-looking t-shirt. Joe and Michael both looked at each other and smiled. When Jason slid in the back seat of the car, he looked between the two of them, wondering why they were smiling like that. "What?" Jason asked, noting Miami Vice. Joseph put the car in drive and pulled away. "Really? You are going to tease me about my clothes?" Mr. Jason Bourne and Knight Rider here. Jason pointed to Joe's all-black attire and Michael's khaki cargo pants and polo shirt. "I dress for comfort, plus it was a headache to get Joe to wear something other than a suit." Michael grins as he eyed his friend Joe. "I don't always wear a suit. Plus, it is professional. The FBI has standards. We don't show up looking like some dude off the street." Joseph argued back at Michael. "You did it now, Parks. You kicked the angry pinata filled with bees." Michael laughed to himself. The judge got a kick out of riling up his friend. Jason shook his head and leaned back in the seat, trying to ignore the two. "We are all going to die," Jason said to himself as he glanced out the window. The sheriff tried to ignore Joe's angry rants and the judge's laughter. "Forgive him. He gets this way before a fight," Michael teased. Mammon's residence was on the other side of town. The ranch-like mansion was surrounded by acres of flat land. It was going to be hard to sneak inside, so the trio decided to just walk in. They would explain they were there for a meeting so they could get an audience with Mammon. The ruse of a truce would allow them to get close to the fallen one in order to attack him. Michael gave Joe the knife he made him and a few extra magazines filled with supernatural killing bullets for Joe's gun. The judge also gave a special gun and extra rounds to Jason. Michael explained that Jason's duty weapon was not powerful enough to kill the creatures Mammon had. No doubt the fallen angel had guards like vampires and demon-possessed humans. Joseph parked the car in front of the large home and killed the engine. The three men glared at the front door. "Ready?" Joe broke the silence. "Lord help us." Michael said a quick prayer before exiting the car. The three men walked up to the door, and Michael extended his hand to knock hard against the wooden door. A guard swung open the door and glared at them. "We are here to have a meeting with Mammon." Joseph spoke up. "Mr. Mand is not expecting anyone." The guard looked them all up and down. "Let them pass." Mammon called from his living room. The guard stepped aside and let them inside. As the trio passed through the doorway, the guard went to grab Michael's bag. The judge took a step back away from the guard's reach and gave him an icy stare. "Calvin, leave them be. They are here for business." Mammon smiled as he stood in the doorway of the living room looking them over. The home was as if it was a step back in time. It had items from the Western and early 1900 littered about. The only modern things inside were the lights and other electronics. "Follow me, gentlemen, to the den. We can speak there." Mammon smiled and turned to walk through his living room and towards the den. The guard eyed Michael and the sword that was strapped to his back. "Do me a favor, Judge. Leave that bag in the living room." Mammon gave the judge a faint smile. "Don't worry, my men will not poke around inside it." The fallen angel now gave a wide smile, showing his yellow teeth. Michael sat the bag down in between the entrance of the den and living room. He wanted to keep his eyes on it at all times. The three men then entered the den behind Mammon. "Can I offer you three a refreshing beverage?" Mammon asked. Their silence was the answer to that question. "Very well, I will have one alone then." Mammon walked to the small bar and poured himself a drink. "How can I help you, gentlemen?" Mammon asked. "We are here to talk." Jason barked. "About what?" Mammon asked as he looked up while he poured himself a drink. "About my town." Jason replied. "What about it?" Mammon asked. "Don't play stupid." Joseph spoke up. Mammon glanced towards the agent and grins. "I am surprised to see you three here. Especially you, Judge. The judges are God's generals in the human world. The last place they should be is making deals with devils. I wonder, have you defected as well? Like Alejandro?" Mammon took a sip of his drink. Michael glared at Mammon when he brought up Alejandro. "You back off and we back off. That is it," the judge explained. Mike was better at keeping his cool than Joseph. "You should know that isn't how this works, Judge. It is up to them. The humans brought this on themselves. They wanted us here, not all of them. Why do you think I am here?" Mike stated. "It is a losing battle." Mammon eyed the judge. "For you. Or did you forget the back of the book?" Mike kept a straight face as he eyed down Mammon. This meeting was unexpected and off-putting for Mammon. The fallen needed to seek a temporary halt of production to appease the sheriff and this judge. The fallen angel needs a plan to take down Michael. He knew this judge was more righteous than Alejandro. That made things more difficult for Mammon. "How about a temporary truce then?" Mammon asked as he watched Merlet snake her way into the den between the judge and the agent. She stood off to the side and watched the three men and her master. As Michael and Mammon exchanged words, Joseph was fuming. His fingers were itching to put this thing in its place. The agent knew the fallen ones' words meant nothing. Just like Rom, Mammon would say one thing and do another. Joe glanced at Mike, who stood tall and glared down at the enemy. Jason was on the other side of Mike. The sheriff kept his cool as he watched Merlet and Mammon with an angry glare. "How about we shake on it? You being a fellow Southerner should know the importance of a handshake." Mammon held out his hand. Mike took a step forward, but Mammon stopped him. "No, the agent first. Mammon glanced over to Joseph. He knew the agent was the one who was fuming the most. The devil could tell due to the beads of sweat that formed on Joe's brow, along with his frown glued to his face. Mammon held out his hand towards the agent, wanting to shake his first. Joe reached and grabbed Mammon's hand. He gripped it tight and pulled Mammon in close. "Que tengas un buen día," Joseph whispered as he pulled out his gun and shot Mammon in the gut. Mammon's blue eyes went gold as they widened in disbelief. The gunshot echoed in the den, and Merlet screamed a high-pitched wail. Michael quickly pulled out his sword that was strapped to his back and turned to face the guards running towards them. A guard came from the door that was behind Mammon, and Jason drew his gun to shoot him. Merlet leapt and tackled Joseph away from her master. Mammon lost his balance and fell into the chair that was behind him. The fallen angel held his gut as red and black blood spilled out. Merlet and Joe fell on the ground, rolling towards the living room. The two stopped rolling when they hit the couch. Joseph tried to raise his gun to shoot her, but she knocked it out of his hand. Merlet then wrapped her hands around Joe's throat and squeezed. He tried to punch her in the side, but it had no effect on her. The siren's green eyes were glowing with anger as she choked the agent. Michael slashed his gladius sword at the advancing guards, while Jason covered the other direction. Michael ran towards a vampire raising his sword. Jason backed out of the den and tripped over a dead guard. The heavy sheriff landed on the guard and glanced up to see men coming down the stairs. He aimed his gun and began to fire at them. Jason then noticed Merlet choking Joe. The sheriff aimed to shoot her, but he ran out of bullets. Jason cursed as he ejected his magazine and tried to reload. Joe tried to fight off the siren, but he was starting to lose consciousness. Jason could not get the magazine in quick enough, so he picked up the empty one and chucked it at Merlet. It hit her in the head hard. The siren looked up at Jason and screamed. She let go just enough for Joe to catch a breath. He reached into his pocket and grabbed the knife Mike had made him. He plunged it deep in Merlet's side and twisted. The siren screamed and fell off Joe, holding her side. The agent coughed and took a deep gulp of air. Michael jumped up on the back of one of the couches. He used his sword in one hand to defend his body from being slashed by a shifting werewolf. The judge pulled out his gun and fired at the men who tried to enter the living room from the front door. Jason peeled himself off the floor and loaded his weapon. He then shot the last guy on the stairs. The man fell screaming to the floor below. Jason shot the wolf Michael was trying to fight off, and it landed to the ground dead. Merlet tried to run away up the stairs, but Jason chased after her. A few more men came in with guns through the side door. Michael used his foot to cause the couch to flip over. He then ducked down behind it. Joseph kicked off the other couch, picked up his gun, and slid behind the overturned one with Michael. Michael crouched, holding his sword in one hand and a gun in the other. He was breathing heavily, but not as heavy as Joe. The judge raised a brow and looked over at his friend. "You okay there, amigo?" Michael asked with a smile. Joseph could not talk due to being choked. He just flipped his friend off and checked to see how many bullets he had in his gun. "Where is the sheriff?" Michael spoke loud over the gunfire. Joseph peeked up and watched Jason running up the stairs. He pointed up and Michael glanced towards the stairs. "He is no match for her." Michael spoke in a worried tone. Joseph shrugged as he aimed above the couch to return fire towards the guards. "We need to take out Mammon and make sure he is dead. This place is no doubt going to be swarming with guards and his other crewmen." Michael also aimed and began to shoot back. The judge was a bit nervous due to the fact they were pinned down. He knew they needed to head to the other side of the house, but he was also worried Mammon would see the opportunity to run off. The judge's mind was changed when he heard Mammon yell from the den. "You shot me. Today you die, Agent Antonello. You and the judge and the sheriff." An inhuman scream bellowed from the entrance of the den as Mammon leaned on the wall cursing. "We need to move." Michael used his head to motion to Joe to look towards the other side of the house. Joe nodded in agreement. "I will cover you." Mike stood up and began to fire at the guards. The guards ducked behind the wall for cover. Joe ran through the rest of the living room into the other room. It was a dining area. A guard came from the left side to attack him, but Joe flipped the man on the table and shot him. "Jason, come on, dude," Michael called out, but no response. Suddenly Jason was kicked in the stomach and he flew backwards. His heavy body and the force from the kick caused the stairs railing to break. Jason fell on the ground. He was not moving, and the judge, though he was dead. Michael said a quick prayer before running in the same direction Joe had. Mammon stumbled from the den and screamed at his men to follow them. The guards rushed through the living room and ran after the two men. Mammon hobbles and does his best to follow the rest of them. Chapter 25. The chaos left the living room, causing it to go eerily quiet. A figure dressed in black makes their way into the living room from the backyard. They pause and notice the bag of weapons left behind by the judge. Their hand slowly reaches in and takes the gold grenade from Mike's bag. The figure then slowly follows the others towards the other side of the house. Joe and Mike make it to the kitchen. The cook tries to attack them, but Joe shoots him. The cook lands on the floor, and the agent walks over him as he pushes forward. Another guard comes in from the front of them, and Joe goes to shoot him. The guard dodged the bullet and tackled Joe to the counter. Meanwhile, Mike used his foot to push off a guard's body that he ran through with his sword. The judge then lifts his gun to fire down the small hallway towards the others advancing. Joe picks up the chopping board on the side of him and breaks it over the guard's head that clung to him. It did not faze the guard, so Joe then grabs a pot of boiling water and slung it in the face of the guard. The guard screams and lets him go. Joe then bangs him with the pot and knocks him out. Joe then flung the pot towards another guard who was rushing towards him. Michael finished off the bullets in his gun and ran around the island in the middle of the kitchen. Joe picked up his gun and gave cover fire for Michael so he could reload. Michael ran forwards reloading his gun. It was a bit difficult due to him having a sword in his other hand. "How many are left?" Michael asked as they ran to the left. "I counted 6, plus Mammon. He is coming up the rear." Joe ran alongside the judge. The two pushed through a pair of double doors and ran into an indoor pool area. The large pool sat in the middle of the glass pane room. The pair split and placed their backs on each side of the doors. A guard entered and they both shot him dead. Another followed behind the other, and Michael ran his sword through him. 4 left. Joe counted while breathing heavy. The 4 remaining began to shoot through the walls. The judge and agent ducked down and ran along the side of the pool. The judge went down one side, while Joe ran parallel on the other side. The two meet up at the end of the pool as they try to reach the door on the other side of the room. Mammon appears in front of them, blocking the door. Mike and Joe slide to a halt. "Looks like you hit the end of the line," Mammon hisses. His wound had stopped bleeding, but he was still injured. He limped forward as he grit his teeth at them. The other guards raised their guns and slowly entered the room. Joe turned to aim his gun at them, while Michael held a death grip on his sword. He eyed Mammon as he stood there trying to catch his breath. "Wow. 2 judges will die within a month. I will get a trophy for sure." Mammon tilted his head. "Oh, I don't know about that Leo DiCaprio," Michael replied. "Looks like a Mexican standoff." Joe spoke to the guards. There was no reply as they inched closer towards Joe and Michael. There was around 2 minutes of silence before a couple gunshots rang. Jason shot the 2 guards who were still in the doorway. The other 2 in front turned to look, and Joe shot them dead. They fell into the pool, causing the clear water to slowly turn red. "Sounds like we are pretty even now." Michael kept his eyes on Mammon. 2 men and a judge hold off a fallen angel. Mammon lifts a brow and then proceeds to laugh hysterically. Jason limped into the room and sat down on one of the poolside chairs. "You okay, Parks?" Joe asked as he lowered his gun. Jason nodded and waved the agent off. Joe then turned and raised his gun once more to point it at Mammon. The agent stood beside Michael, this time waiting on Michael's signal. Mammon stood up straight and unbuttoned his suit coat. Michael's eyes watched Mammon, but then shifted to see a figure coming up from behind the devil. Mammon noticed the judge's eyes shift to something behind him. Mammon quickly raised his hand and caught the person behind him by the throat. "Or the little thief." Mammon brought Tim around to the front of him. Joe's eyes went wide when he saw Tim. "I paid you handsomely for you to get lost." Mammon hisses and squeezes Tim's neck. "You should know how men are, especially ones like me. We are greedy." Tim smiled at Mammon. Mammon lifted Tim from the ground by his neck, bringing him closer to his face. Michael could hear ticking and he knew what it was. The judge quickly grabbed Joe and pulled them both into the pool. As soon as the men hit the water and went under, an explosion ripped through the room. Tim was flung to the other side of the room as Mammon exploded into pieces. Jason flipped over the chair and landed on the floor to cover himself. Tim had planted the holy grenade on Mammon as he was being choked without the fallen one noticing. Joe and Michael surfaced the water quickly. As they swam to the edge, they looked at the pieces on the floor. It worked. Michael was shocked. He went up like Jaws. Joe said as he swam to the edge of the pool. He pulled himself up and then reached down to help Michael out. They sat on the edge of the pool and looked around for Tim. His body laid beside the wall on the opposite side of the room. They sat in silence mourning the thief that had saved their lives. Suddenly Tim sat up coughing. His face was black from the explosion and his hair a mess. "You killed Timmy, you bastard." Joe spat out laughing. "How the heck did he survive that?" Michael blinks in shock as he watches Tim stand up. "I come back to life if I die." Tim explains as he tries to wipe the black off his face. He lifted his black shirt and used the other side to wipe his face. They could see his stomach healing in front of their eyes. "Mammon gave me the map to El Dorado. I went and was cursed with life by some old witch." Tim explains. "So you are like Deadpool." Joe rose a brow as he stood up. "El Deadpool." Michael chuckles as he puts his sword back in the sheath and stands up as well. "You are welcome," Tim said sarcastically. A groan comes from the other side of the room as Jason tries to sit up. The others turn towards his direction. "Oh man. You all right, Sheriff?" Mike asks as he walks towards Jason. "I think I broke something." The sheriff lays on the floor groaning in pain. "We need to get out of here before the rest of Mammon's crew shows up." Joseph glanced at Tim and gave him a respectful nod. The judge bent down and carefully helped Jason to his feet. The whole time he rose to his feet, Jason groaned and cursed in pain. "We need to get the sheriff to a doctor." Michael placed Jason's arm around his shoulders as he held the sheriff up. "You did good, Magnum Pie." Joe jokes. Jason flips Joe off as he complains the whole time Michael is trying to help him walk to the exit. Joe turns and follows Michael out. Tim also followed the others. He pauses and bends down to pick up one of Mammon's rings. As he stands up, Tim holds it in the light to examine it a bit. The Spaniard grins and places the ring into his pocket before walking with the others to their car. Merlot had made an escape after she kicked the sheriff off the stair balcony. She made her way to the campaign offices. It was the only other place Merlot knew she would be safe. When she arrived, she received a phone call from one of the crew members. Mammon was dead. Merlot closed her eyes and began to cry. One hand held the phone as the other held her bleeding side. The agent had stabbed her, and the wound was not healing. This was probably due to the fact it was made by the judge. The judge's weapons were deadly to her kind. Merlot jumped when the door to the empty campaign building opened. It was an off day, and no one should be there. The siren eased up when she saw it was just Conway. Conway walked in to see Merlot injured. He looked her over with concern as he approached. "Merlot, are you okay? What is going on?" Conway asked as he walked slowly towards her. Merlot dropped the phone and braced herself on one of the desks. "He is dead," she sobbed. Conway stepped forward and reached out to steady her. Who is dead?" he asked as he held on to her. "Mammon. The judge and the agent killed him." Merlot did not know who exactly killed Mammon or how he died. She just knew they attacked, and the fallen one was dead. Conway held Merlot close and she cried into his chest. He patted her back and noticed the blood on his hands from her side. "You are hurt. I will call an ambulance for you." "No, I will be fine." She grabbed his hand. Conway wrapped an arm around her waist to hold her up. He then wiggled his hand from her grip. He used his free hand to lightly push up her chin to make her look at him. "I will take care of you now," he whispered as he gazed into her green eyes. Merlot was breathing heavy in pain as she looked up at Conway, inches from his face. "We can be together now. Mammon is gone, so we can rule this state together." He showed a rare smile as he held her close. Ever since he saw Merlot he wanted her, but he could not have her due to her master. Conway figured she wanted him as well with the way she flirted around him. Mammon was the reason they could not be together, but now that Mammon was dead, she could be his. Merlot narrowed her eyes in confusion. She shook her head no. She only flirted with Conway due to Mammon's request. She wanted nothing to do with the human. She detested humans. No. Conway. Merlot scolded Conway. "Yes, we can rule together. He is gone and now you can show your true feelings for me," he smiled. "No." She hisses and tries to push away, but her body hits the desk behind her. When she hit the desk, Merlot winced in pain. Conway's face dropped from a smile to anger. His nostrils flared as his eyes flew open in rage. "So, you were just using me? Like Callie and Nat?" Conway growled and his hands went around her neck. She was too weak to fight back. Plus, the powers Mammon had given Conway to kill the judge never left. Conway overpowered the siren and squeezed her neck hard. Her body fell onto the desk as she tried to pull his hands away from choking her. Merlot landed on the remote, and it turned the TV on. Conway's speech he had made early that week played on the evening news. It was the very speech about him getting laws to protect and keep the supernatural community safe, but here he was strangling the siren to death. Conway growled and grunted as he clamped down on her windpipe. The siren struggled and thrashed to get away, but it was no use. Her mouth gasped for air in vain. A few more minutes later she stopped struggling. Merlot's green eyes faded as she went limp in his chokehold. Conway had held on so tight, he made her windpipe collapse in his hands. Conway finally let go and stood up, breathing hard. He adjusted his tie and glanced up at the TV. Although Mammon and now Mullet were dead, no doubt other beings of high power with resources would want to join with Conway. The congressman would pursue his seat in Congress as well as this law. He glanced once more at the siren's lifeless body before walking out the office. Conway needed to contact Agent Dale to clean up this mess. Chapter 26. A month later, Mike walked up to Samara's apartment and knocked hard. He was wearing a Captain America outfit with the shield on his back. Underneath was his sword peeking out. The judge never went anywhere without it. Anthony walked up and stood beside him dressed in the Winter Soldier, Bucky outfit. Joe flings opens the door. He stood there dressed in his Mandalorian suit. Michael and Anthony could not help but burst out laughing. They would have never thought their boss would dress up. Joe peels the helmet off his head and glares at them. "Shut it," he hissed as he eyes the two of them. "I could be laughing at you two clowns." Joe mumbles as he turns to walk back to the living room of Sam's apartment. Anthony and Michael follow Joe inside and close the door behind them. The men sit on Sam's couch waiting. "Come on, Sam, they are here," Joe calls out as he holds the helmet. "Most women want a dinner date or the beach. This woman is dragging me to a geek convention." Joe sighs. Sam finally comes out of her room dressed like Joe. She wore his slack dress shirt with a bullet vest over it. Her hair was in a ponytail and she wore a big mustache. "Oh, heck no," Joe yelled. Mike and Anthony lost it. "Why?" Sam asked. "For one, you are making fun of me." Joe held up a finger. "No, you're my hero, Amawa." Sam giggles as the two men are dying on the couch. Anthony clung to Mike trying to breathe. "Sam, no. Take it off. Impersonating an officer. Come on." "No." Joe cursed in Spanish. "Identity theft is not a joke, Jim." Michelle yelled between laughing and gasping for air. "I wore this for you, Sam. The least you can do is wear something else." Joe tried to protest. "No, we don't have the time. Come on, let us go." Samara eyes Joe as she runs out the door. He puts the helmet on, cursing as he follows her. Michael and Anthony peel themselves off the couch and follow them. As they walk down the sidewalk towards the convention building, Michael takes pictures of everyone. Sam stops to pose for Mike as Joe seethes under the helmet. Anthony did not really want to go, but he wanted to see his boss dress up so he could troll him. It was not too bad. The stuff they had inside was neat, and they had plenty of hot chicks dressed up. Michael enjoyed it. He was a sort of geek like Sam. Joe liked some of the stuff, but dressing up and getting dragged here he didn't like. He only did it for Samara. Sam ran around like a kid in a candy store. She took pictures with everyone and bought art and figures from the different booths. A lot of people wanted pictures of Joe and Michael. Mike made Joe take a picture, but the whole time Joe was frowning. "Oh, come on, amigo. It isn't that bad." Mike jabbed Joe's side. "If I could reach my gun, I would shoot you." Joe fussed from under the helmet. "Oh, calm down. Half the day is over with. Just a few more hours and she will tire out." "I doubt that. She drank like 5 Red Bulls." Joe watched the blonde bounce around. He then glanced to notice Anthony flirting with a female dressed like Harley Quinn at her booth. Joe jabbed Mike and pointed for him to look. Mike turned and chuckled at the sight of Anthony. The fun was cut short when Joe's phone rang. He quickly answered it. "Hello, yes. Are you serious?" "Fine." He hung it up and glanced up at Mike. "Bad news. We have to go to a call." Joe was pissed. He knew he would not have time to change. A murder and a hostage situation. Sam, Joe called out. She spun around and ran back to them with bags in her hand. We need to go. Work called. Joe filled her in on what was going on. Mick then calls out to Anthony. Come on, Romeo, we have to go. The judge yells. Anthony jogged to the three with his hand up asking what was going on. We have to go. Joe grumbled as he walked through the crowd to the exit. Seriously. We have to work a case dressed like this. Anthony tried not to laugh. The four made their way outside the city. Joseph parked the car and stepped out. He left the helmet and cape behind as he made his way toward the other policeman. Wilson was blinking as Joe and the others approached dressed the way they were. Some police officers laughed while Wilson did his best not to smile. Sir? Wilson blinked as he looked over Joe, Mike and Anthony. Sam jumped out dressed like Joe. Agent Antonello here. Sama put her hands on her hips. Joe glared at her and pushed her behind him. What is the problem, Wilson? He asked in a stern voice. Wilson tried to remain professional as he explained the situation. A coven of witches. We were able to arrest most of them, but 3 are left inside. They have a girl hostage. Joe took a deep breath. Okay, he grabs the megaphone and speaks through it. Let the girl go and surrender. He commands the witches. One witch pokes her head out and starts laughing. No. We will only trade if you have Baby Yoda. This is the way. The witches cackle. The others chuckle as Joe glares. Mike stops laughing and sees his friend needs help. This is a serious matter. Kidnapping and murder is a death scene for you. The judge calls out. The one witches salutes to mock Mike's costume. So, I guess it is the end of the line for us, Huckcap. The witches chuckle again. Mike let the megaphone fall to his side. This shield is fully functional. I built it myself. I will not hesitate. He grins. Joe grabs the megaphone back in frustration. Cut the crap. Get out here, hocus pocus, or we send in the water hose. Joe yells. The sound of glass could be heard as one of the witches broke a window on the side of the house and tried to escape. The witch took off running towards the hills. Sam sees her and runs after her. Stop in the name of the law. She yells. Sam, no. Joe screams. Sam, yes. She hollers. Joe and Mike take off behind Sam as Sam chases the witch. Mike took the shield off and tossed it like a frisbee. It flew and hit the witch. The witch fell and Samara fell on top of her. The witch let out a scream. Leave me alone, daughter of death. She hisses, terrified of Samara. Samara could not understand what the witch was yelling. Joe grabbed Sam and pulled her off the witch. Are you okay? He asked, looking her over with concern. I am fine. The mustache fell off her face as she breathed heavy. The judge reached down and picked the witch up. She was still screaming something about death and Samara. Mike picked up his shield and walked the witch back to the squad cars. What is she screaming about? Joe asked as they followed Mike. I have no clue. Samara shook her head. Just promise me not to do that again. Joe tried not to scold her, but he was being overprotected. He loved Sam, and if anything happened to her, he would never forgive himself. Yeah, now go get them witches, Mando. Sam winked. Author's note: I hope you enjoy this book as much as I enjoyed writing it. I wanted a Christian-based supernatural series that was as much biblical-based as I could make it. There are witches, vampires, werewolves, and demons out there. I wanted to show how all are evil, and dabbling in the darkness is of the devil. For we wrestle not against flesh but the supernatural. Ephesians 6:12 King James Version, KJV 12 For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. We must not participate or condone these things. We must be separate and not like the world. I hope this book series is entertaining as well as informative. I pray you search the scriptures for yourself. I like to thank the Lord Jesus, my parents, my husband, my pastor, and my friend Valerie. Valerie and I have been writing together for 5 years now. This story contains both of our characters we have made over the years. She is also working on a few projects of her own that I hope you go and check out. I would also like to thank Rebecca, my beta reader.